Thunder, 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 thunderhead, ho!
I guarantee all my settings are messed up. No, was my camera actually? Oh my god, my camera settings stayed. I swear, it's like Streamlabs OBS waits for me to be about to start, and then like disconnects me, or gives me some kind of, this URL is not valid, or other, nerdy crap. Like that. Let's get some music going, what do you say? I should probably also move my microphone up to a place where you can actually hear what I'm saying. Do you guys like that effect? Is that a cool thing we should do from now on? I should just speak to everybody with my microphone like 3 feet away from my face. I should refresh my chat over here, I can tell you that much. Come on. Show me what people are actually saying and not what they said 2 days ago, because that's not helpful to me. I mean, it's not like I don't want to know what you guys said 2 days ago. It's just, not useful right this very second. Come on. Any second now. It'll work. Professional streamer. Stand back. No, don't go to Sasha Gray's stream. I know you want to. I know, machine, I understand. I get it. But also, don't do that. Here we go. Hey, what's up, Dark Fox? How you doing? People may notice that Dark Fox has
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me.
Just don't do
it. Look, guys, I'm not trying to say... Like, I'm not being pejorative with my request. I'm not saying that you don't have lovely genitalia, okay? That's not what I'm trying to say. You may... All I'm saying is, that's not the subject of the stream, that's all. And I'd prefer not to see it in Discord. If you must, make it a PM. It stands for penile message. Because there's like a 99% chance that it would be wieners, let's just be honest. I mean, I know who my demographic is, and I'm hoping it doesn't overlap that much with outright perverts, but I suspect it may. I got something in my eye. That's fantastic. Colonel Matthew Steiner, good to see you. She has candy? Sasha Grey has candy? I mean, if there's candy, then what the fuck are you doing here? White Wolf. Dark Fox again. I was just saying, yes, people might notice that Dark Fox has a shiny new symbol next to their name there. That is because Dark Fox has joined us as a moderator. Chat's been moving pretty fast the last couple of streams, which of course I probably will have jinxed it, and we'll get like 10 people tonight, and you'll all just talk amongst yourselves, and it'll be nice and calm, and I won't even need a mod, but, it's good to have another pair of hands on deck. Things slip by me pretty quickly. Tiny Robots in a Box, it's good to see you! Yeah, we do shoutouts. Basically, if you have a stream, and I like you at all, and you're in this chat, you get a shout-out, and Cat's pretty much on top of that, which I wanted to mention, by the way, Cat, don't give Tiny Robots shout-outs. Tiny Robots is terrible, I'm joking. Tiny Robots in a Box makes some really fantastic sculpts. We're not painting one today, but we have done them previously on stream.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And if you don't respect the fox, you will also get, apparently, the BAP, though it'll also be from Cat, more than likely. It's not that Dark Fox is not also mighty and fantastic, it's just that Cat is, actually my boss. I'm just the face. That's all. I'm not even a very good face. I'm just a face. I wouldn't even call myself the face, just a face. But it's good to see you, Tiny Robots in a Box. How you been, Puck Duncher? The Thunderman has finally finished his paint tasting, which explains why I never have anything together when we start, because I'm just chugging paint. That's all I'm doing. It explains so much when you think about it. I just found paint on the inside of my damn earmuff over here, which is absolute fucking madness. Why am I not using my buttons? Guys, I was just telling Kat this. I gotta set realistic and achievable goals for the stream if I want to continue progressing, and I do. I really do. I would like this to do nothing but get better, get smoother, get more interesting. I've been feeling lately like I'm plateauing with my paint techniques. I mean, you guys were here when I was kind of like, I don't really want to paint mechs anymore. Now I'm doing some clones, and I've done a number of them, and I just, you know, I gotta do something more challenging. And I don't mean I need to do something more challenging overall, like I need to paint completely different models. I've got my list of stuff to work through. I gotta get some stuff where I challenge myself a bit more. It might be on some of the Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. I don't know. I'm not totally sure yet. It's just sort of a feeling that I'm having right now. But part of that is I feel like the production value of the stream is maybe plateaued a little bit, and I wanna bump that up this month. I wanna make that a goal for May. I wanna make the clips better. I wanna make the intro better. I wanna make things smoother. I wanna automate more processes so I'm not scrambling for 30 minutes posting to social media before we get going. And yeah. Well, we'll see how that works out. We'll see if I actually do it or not, or if I just say, guys, it's gonna be amazing, and a month from now it's the same fucking stream. Paint everywhere. Roland, White Wolf, Lord Hathrir, good to see each and every one of you. Kitsune, how's it going? Haven't seen you for a while. Yeah, we are Thunderhead Studio now. I like Thunderhead Studio because absolutely everyone who refers to me writes or otherwise says Thunderhead Studios. They just assume that there are multiple studios. I would like to assure you, here at Thunderhead, we have one studio. This that you're seeing behind me. This is it. This is the Thunderhead Studio. There is no second studio. There's kind of a workshop, I guess. We could be like Thunderhead Studio and Workshop collaborating together, but you know, it kind of seems pointless since I'm the only person working in either one of them. That looks like candy corn you just put down. Well, it wasn't. It absolutely was not. Those look like heavy gears. Hang on. Let me see here. Yeah, you don't respect the cat, you'll get put in the fucking box. The cat box, which it really has no pleasant connotations, even if you don't mean it in a gross way. Excuse me. Spying power armor dudes over to the left by the cork. What are they? What am I? Oh yeah, no, those are Oh god, I'm dropping stuff. Oh Jesus.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Okay. Those are in fact gears from Heavy Gear. I need to finish the 2 squads that we started a little while ago. I was actually thinking about doing some Heavy Gear Thursday. Oh, let me focus my camera. I knew something was going to be out of whack. There's always something out of whack, you guys. That's kind of my brand, you know? Fucking things up that should be really easy to get right. It's you know, it takes effort to be as incompetent as I often am. Let's switch my focus. Exposure's right. Focus should be about here. Yeah, so we got some heavy gears that we've been putting together, and I'm thinking I'm going to get some primer put on these guys tomorrow and maybe start painting them Thursday. And that way we can kind of keep rolling with the mech content before I go back to Star Wars this weekend. I got a couple things in the works for Star Wars, some printed models that are looking pretty good. But yeah, Roland has been helping me build these, and now that I've got them kind of figured out, I'd like to actually get them painted so we can play a game. I've done a lot of terrain in the right scale for Heavy Gear in the last couple of weeks, so I mean, like, I'm ready to play as soon as I get these models painted. I mean, technically I could play with unpainted models, but I don't like it, you know? It bugs me. It bugs me. I realize that's most of the game playing that actually happens the world over, but I try to paint things before I play with them. Kitsune, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that you are feeling better today. Yeah, let's be depressed together. You guys, I mean, I don't want to... I'm never gonna blow smoke. I'm never just gonna completely bullshit. I mean, here's the thing. Most of what I say is bullshit, but that doesn't mean that I am bullshitting you. Does that make sense? I think it does, anyway. And I don't ever want to bullshit you guys. I'm not, you know, as decent at bullshitting as I am, I don't like to bullshit people. And in the spirit of not bullshitting, dude, I am feeling you, Kitsune. My mental health lately has been a roller coaster. I mean, ask Cat sometime. The shit that I'm like, every time before a stream starts, I'm like, hey Cat, be my therapist for like an hour. It's terrible. But you know, it's not, everybody has problems. You know, and I'm as I say this, I'm not saying this in any way, Kitsune, to minimize your own issues, if that makes sense.
Gets more about how you feel about something. I'm gonna have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
Start the clock rolling, because we're going into Therapy Tuesday. No, that's not what we're doing. I'm just saying. Everybody struggles, and I think right now a lot of people are struggling more than usual, and people who already had an issue with going into various states of malaise or depression or just extremely angsty edginess, which that would be me. Particularly these days, it's been harder to stay out of it. But I just want you to know you're not alone, you know? And if you ever need help, feel free to reach out. I like to think that everybody here is, we're all a pretty supportive bunch. And it is my sincere hope that hanging out with us and doing some hobbying can improve your mood. I would like it if that were true. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I guarantee that an hour and a half of exposure to Thunderhead per day will improve your mood or your money back, particularly because you barely give me any money, and I already spent it on Jerry Coke. Does that mean you do body painting? He's got a knife. Glad you like it, Colonel Matthew Steiner. I bullshit blender. You are a bullshit blender, or you bullshit the software known as Blender? It could be either one of those things. It appears I have a problem. Can't stop printing things, and I am failing. Oh my god, Puck Duncher, do I ever feel that pain. I don't have much experience with painting in general, and I feel that if I try, I will disappoint myself and get turned off from painting in general, which is a ridiculous notion, I know. Well, let me tell you, Puck Duncher, you are already one step ahead of many, many people, and thank you so much for that subscription. That is thoroughly appreciated. By the way, I like Thunderman. Let's go with that from now on. There's such a dopamine rush when you pull 5 max off a print bed. You know, I can... I was going to be bullshitting for a few minutes anyway, so I might as well bullshit about something helpful, right? I know exactly that feeling. I really, really... Oh, he is bullshitting Blender as we speak. I need to get into Blender. I really do. It's like... It's intimidating. Hey, Aeon Drummond, how you doing? But, like I was saying, I do the same thing. If I could show you how many things I have printed right now... There's the old joke of, I won't buy any more miniatures until I paint all the miniatures I have, and you have, laughing girls, or you got Ray Liotta laughing his ass off. It's very real. And many of us, when we get into 3D printing, we tell ourselves, I'm putting that behind me, I'm moving on, I'm growing as a person. I will not print a mini until I have painted the mini that I printed before, and I have no reason not to do that. But yes, there is a dopamine rush that comes from peeling a bunch of minis off of a print plate. I get it every few hours because I keep both my printers going constantly. But, oh, Colonel Matthew Steiner with the bits. The rip bits. Oh no. Marking the end of the stream. How terrible. Lore Friendly, good to see ya. And hey, there's Papa Bear. How you doing? Yeah, here's a good way to look at it, in my opinion. Because I know what you're saying about you're worried you might disappoint yourself or not live up to whatever goal it is that you've set in your head. I am terrible with setting achievable goals. I set crazy goals that I have no chance of meeting in the time limit that I give myself, which is entirely self-imposed, and then I, get into a funk because I don't meet them. And, I mean, that's crazy. That is legitimately crazy. That's setting yourself up for failure. And I know that saying, hey, stop doing that, it's so easy to say, and you know that you should do it, but in all seriousness, hey, stop fucking doing that. Set yourself achievable goals. Set yourself goals that you know you can complete, and then do them. Even if it's below what you think of yourself as wanting to achieve, just do it. Just fucking do something. Put some paint on a model. Even if it doesn't look good at the end of it, at least you've done something. You've advanced somewhat, and whether you can perceive it or not, you will have improved as a painter. Even if just a little bit. I mean, just a little bit's all you need. If you do a little bit every single day, if you do a little bit every other day, something that I used to use to motivate myself was paint for 15 minutes in a day. Just paint for 15 minutes. Set a timer, start painting, it goes off, you stop painting. Boom, that's easy. Almost anyone can find time in their day to do that, barring extenuating circumstances. But 15 minutes over a week, that adds up. And you know what it's a whole lot more of? Whole lot more than? 0 minutes per day. Pull a Shia LaBeouf and just... I think we might be mixing our motivation here. Nike gonna sue someone's all I'm saying. I thought of that myself, actually. Trademark Thunderhead 2020, just do it. I'm shocked that nobody has thought of that so far. Like, it seems like a really good tagline. I feel like a company should put that on their shoes or something. I guarantee you will not stop after 50. See, you don't... Cat, you don't tell them that part. That's the tricky part. Because you start painting. Hey, Vandal Noir, good to see you. You're not late. You're not late, Vandal. We don't even fucking start this stream for like a half hour into it most of the time. We'll get going here in a minute. All I'm saying, guys, is most of our problems related to art are in our heads. And we do have the power to change it. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying that you should feel bad for not overcoming your mental block. In fact, that is the surest way to reinforce a mental block, is to make yourself feel guilty for not... It's like you set unachievable goals and then you don't meet them, so then you feel guilty about not setting them, and then you set the unachievable goal about not feeling guilty about meeting. Like, you see how that cycle goes? And it's really just, that's all just depression brain, guys. That's not real. Those aren't even really your thoughts. That's a chemical imbalance in your fucking brain, is what it is. And we have the power to overcome it. One paint stroke at a time. That's what I say. Why don't we get going? So we are working on a Cataphract today for our very own Roland HG. Hey, Vergaderun, good to see you. How are things? Biggest hurdle's just sitting down to do it. You know, and that's true of so many things in life, Papa Bears. The biggest hurdle is starting whatever it is. And again, it's so easy to say. It's so easy to say and so well known that you might feel annoyed hearing it again. Vandal Noir riding the lightning with a subscription. 2 months! 2 months on a 1 month streak. You hear that? We had a month in there where Vandal was like, I don't know about this guy. I don't know. Thunderhead seems kind of like a bitch, and I don't think I'm going to subscribe to him. But we've earned him back. We've earned him back, and that's what matters. Move forward. Always forward. Never back. Back is death. Back is stagnation. The only constant in life is change. Other inspiring words here. Can't we all just get along? Holy fucking shit. Chaotic Harmony is rating us with more people than I know what to do with. What do you think this is? You think this is some kind of professional stream with somebody who knows what they're doing and can handle 28 rabid, mouth-frothing mech jock fans? That is fucking madness. By the way, here's a chainsaw day. I hope you enjoyed that. Missiles go whoosh. Hang on, we got some missiles. Okay, I don't have. I'm sorry to tell you guys this. I don't have the lerms that Chaotic Harmony has. I don't know if you gave a shout out yet, Kat, but if you could toss a shout out to Chaotic Harmony, I'd really appreciate that. It seems probably unnecessary since most of the people in the chat now just came from Chaotic Harmony. But here's some missiles to keep you going. It's like an SRM-6 maybe. But that's what we got, so that's what we're going with. And unfortunately, this Cataphract here doesn't really sport any missiles of his own. We're pretty much on bang, bang,
Welcome,
pew,
everyone,
pew at this point.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to us, for the love of God. We've had problems. You know, we have to establish these sort of things. As an SRM-4, was it only 4? I can't count. I don't do numbers, you know? I'm not like a nerd, like some people around here, Chaotic Harmony, who counts like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then he's like, now I'm up to 120, and they're all lerms, and I'm trolling the shit out of MechWarrior. Seriously, he's still doing this. I told you about this last time. Chaotic Harmony is still on MechWarrior Online, just trolling the shit out of people with lerms in organized lances. It's madness. Of course, most of you already know that, because you just came from there. Welcome, by the way, to everybody coming over from Chaotic Harmony stream. We are just getting started, so pardon me for a minute while I continue to put my paint and brushes in order and get mentally organized to start working on our Cataphract CTF 1X in Narn style shatter camo. If you're not familiar with the Narn regime, they are a faction from Babylon 5, a show that if you haven't watched it, you really should. It's fantastic. GIF game is on point. Is it really? I need more. I need more GIFs. I need more clips.
Of paint on the wall,
I need more paint.
Bottles of paint.
More bottles.
Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Well, it sounds like I found them one way or the other, huh? Alright, let's get some black paint out and mixed, because that's what I'm gonna need to continue doing this patterning. Hey, Carla, how's it going? You gonna be playing some MWO? Hey! That's good. Oh, you've put some shit in the Storm Report, have you, Chaotic Harmony? That's wonderful. For anybody coming over from Chaotic Harmony stream who is not familiar with this stream, first of all, shame on you. No, I'm joking. I don't really... Lab Chatty, don't unfollow me, man. Thank you so much for the follow, Lab Chatty. We do a bit here on the stream known as the Storm Report that Chaotic Harmony is a regular participant in which we have a channel on the Discord called, the Storm Report. What else would it be called? You can go there and you can share some of your own creativity. If you have been painting, if you do photography, if you do cross-stitch, if you... Yeah, I'm still allowing food for the moment, even though it pisses me off every single time. We're still allowing food. Share a picture, whatever you've been doing during the stream, anything you're proud of. We'll take a look at it towards the end of the stream and we'll all go over it. It's a really great way to share your work and to lose your matte medium somewhere on your desk. To take it and to put it someplace where you just knew at the time you'd never forget it. And then you did. It's here. I need it. What did I do with it? I just used it like 5 minutes ago. I literally just used it to put a clear coat on something. It's my most used bottle, and it is behind my gray liner. There it is. Why didn't you point it out to me? Good God, guys. Hang on a second. I need to grab my drink. So, I thought I would make people aware that as of our next stream, which is going to be... What day is today? Is today Tuesday? Today is Tuesday. Weird. As of Thursday, I am going to be turning off, and I'm letting you know this ahead of time so that nobody goes, oh my god, I can't join the Stormchasers anymore. I'm going to be turning off the join Stormchasers and join Thunderskunk as of next time. Temporarily. That is only until I catch up on the current log. Because I don't want to build a massive backlog and leave people hanging. So if you've got your points, if you're saving up your points to join the Stormchasers, or to spew fluids,
and as he pulled his stiff
like this guy
out of my wet fluids,
oh my god!
I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first."
Why do I allow this? Nobody knows. Hey, Gypsy Queen, how you doing, Gypsy? Thank you so much for stopping in. Tell McBee hi for me. Is he streaming tonight? If he is, I'll be there. But yes, it will be turned off temporarily. It'll come right back on. It'll be the same points value. They're not getting bumped. So if you are saving your points to join the Stormchasers or the Thunderskunks, keep saving them. You'll have the opportunity here shortly. There will be functionally no difference because I was not going to get to you before I finish the current log. And that's what we are working on today. Unfollowed. Oh no, Carla, that's terrible. Cat, could we get a shout out for Carla J. Reynolds, who has recently begun her own streaming? She does some Mech Warrior Online and a few other things, and y'all should give her a follow. Check her out. See, that's perfectly fine, White Wolf. You'll say it. He said log. I'm gonna stop telling Cat to give shout outs because she knows to do them before I know to do them. And I myself should respect the cat, lest I get the bat. I'm just mixing a little matte medium into my black paint. We're going to get started. had someone actually unfollow me because I lermed them. Oh, God. You know, was anything really lost, though, Chaotic? Did you need salty lerm bait in your chat? Salty lerm bait, by the way, new band name. Called it. Trademark Thunderhead 2020. That is pretty good. So I've been really enjoying watching how you piss people off, by the way, Chaotic. Slurm. No. No, that has other connotations. It doesn't quite work. Pff, he says. Pff, I don't have forum posts about me. Nobody's out there like, that Thunderhead. He's fucking us. Oh, why? Why is he making the game less fun? Nobody says that about me. I'm kind of, like, sad that they don't. I wish that they would. Let me pull up my reference image before I get started, because I am referencing a very specific camo pattern as I do this. At the request of Roland HG, we are doing the Shatter-style camouflage from the Babylon 5 Narn regime cruisers. Cataphract, I don't believe I've thanked you yet for the raid, which is incredibly rude of me. And I don't think I will. I feel like I've already started being rude, and to go back on that now would be admitting fault. And I just, you know, I don't think we're gonna do that. Thank you, Cataphract, for the raid. That was maybe a little breathier, a little more Marilyn Monroe than I really meant it to be. So, is this model just primed, based, and you started the camo? It is primed, I did the base coat, and I started the camo. Now, I have done something slightly different.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Oh.
Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me, across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head,
it's terrible.
Eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
So far, I haven't gotten tired of that. Like, eventually I'm going to get tired of it, but so far I haven't. I threw down a little bit of purple wash on this leg, and you might not... Again, the purple comes out a little bit different on the camera than it does in person. Eventually I'm going to get a better camera. But so far, this one does okay. I threw down a little bit of purple wash on this leg just to see if I couldn't blend it a little bit more, and it does look better than this one. I just wanted to make sure my technique was going to work before I continued on doing all this, but it seems like it will. That blended it reasonably better than the other legs. It blended it into the original colors, and I think that, plus a little bit of weathering and some touch-ups and spot highlights, it should look pretty nice. So I'm going to continue across the rest of the body now. No glove, no love. Y'all are all over me. Also, I added 2 things you can redeem with your channel points or volts. There's super exciting things. I know that people have been demanding them for a long time. They are going to change your life. Now, for 100 points, you can remind me to drink water or to sit up straight. I just thought that that might be a handy thing to have. There you go. That's the very one. Hey, I am hydrating, I'll have you know. I mean, beer is hydration. What do you think all that wet stuff is? Cha-cha-cha-cha. Get out of here, Nat. What are you doing? Yeah, you know, you're setting yourself up for disappointment if you expect this high-quality content literally anywhere else except maybe from Chaotic Harmony himself. Before you know it, he's high as a kite. Well, I don't have a take a toke option, you'll notice. I don't have that, and that's because I would become, in fact, incoherent in very little time, and then I'd forget how to even okay, I see how it is. I make a joke about beer, and everybody's gonna dream hydrate over and over until I can't stand up straight. Well, I will have you know that I don't have to obey the edicts of my bot. I may just choose to ignore them. Like I did just now. but I appreciate the reminder that I should be drinking.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Huh, yeah, I guess that's true. So, I'm just gonna carry on what we were doing last time, making some more of the... Oh my god, this little gnat is pissing me off. What do you want? There's nothing here for you. You don't even fly quickly.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
She'll do it. I don't know what she'll do, but she will fucking do it. I promise not to post delicious fried food to the storm. I appreciate that. We shouldn't. Please, no more food. Oh, God. Yeah, Project Dark Fox, you're right on the money. It's, we were just talking about the psychology of painting earlier, and there's something else that's very true, which is a tendency for us as painters to load up our paint queue like, I want to do fucking everything. But there's a funny sort of thing that happens, where in saying, I want to do X, there are two effects that has on me. One, I think it gives me that little rush of dopamine that you would normally get from completing a thing. And, like, not the whole one, but just a little taste of it. Just enough to make me less likely to actually do it. And two, it adds it to a list. And a list that grows quickly, but takes very, like, a long time to shrink, is disheartening. And it just ensures that you won't get to the things on that list quicker. So, I'm just engaging in a little bit of, like I said, realistic goal setting, in order to make sure that those goals are actually met, because the one thing I don't want to do is build a log of minis to paint for viewers and then just never get to it. Which, I mean, let's, like, you know, a lot of us are painters here. I feel like a lot of people probably understand this, have been through it themselves. And, you know, that's for me too. I don't want to commit to painting things that I don't wind up painting. That sucks. That feels bad. Who wants that? I intend to keep this stream going for a long damn time at this point. I wasn't comfortable saying that when I started, because there was very much like a, well, we'll, you know, see how it goes one day at a time. One stream at a time, maybe we'll keep going. But at this point, man, I enjoy myself. I really do. I have fun on stream. I think a lot of you have fun with me on stream, which I don't understand, but, you know, who am I to judge what you enjoy? Ultimately. I propose that I am no one. And I have no right to judge you. It doesn't mean I won't do it, but I have no right to do it. That's what's important. Vandal Noir, at this point we have 2 Battletech organizations built around this stream and the shenanigans that I sometimes get up to. They are an Inner Sphere and a clan organization. For the Inner Sphere, we have the Stormchaser Mercenary Company. Each of them have a Discord channel on our Discord, and we've even had some of our illustrious viewers come up with some backstory and details, placing them in the universe. There's the Stormchasers Mercenary Company, and then there was the dreaded Clan Thunderskunk, which is kind of a joke made about one of the worst weeks, really. It lasted about a week that I've had out here on the piece of property that I live on. It should update automatically, Puck Duncher. If it hasn't, that would be a bot issue, and I will take a look at that. Cataphract, how you doing? I'm gonna join this paint competition thing, but the theme is teamwork, and I'm not quite sure how to go about it, to be honest. The theme of the contest is teamwork, so you need, what, a model that's teamwork themed? Now, let me look. I gotta keep referencing my camo pattern here so that I don't repeat my shapes too much. Now, in the past, I have been able to pretty much address almost every comment in chat, but I gotta say, you guys, it's been moving faster and faster. And if I do not see your chat comment and I do not reply to it, I apologize. It is not because I dislike you. I mean, maybe it's because I dislike you, but it is not specifically because I dislike you. That might be just a tertiary thing, you know? But the one thing I don't want to do is have this painting stream become so focused on me responding to shenanigans and making dumb jokes that I don't get any painting done. Because I think that's what you're here to see, ultimately. Yeah, a cleric would be very much on cue for teamwork. A weapons crew? Yeah, that's a good one. Super Sentai minis? That's not a bad idea at all. In fact, there are in fact a whole set of minis from a board game recently. Power Rangers Heroes of the Grid, I want to say. They are really fucking fantastic sculpts. Oh, it's limited to Games Workshop models. Okay. Well then. I don't know. I'm pretty behind on my Games Workshop model. Oh, you know what? For Games Workshop models for teamwork, I want to say a penitent engine. I feel like that's the ultimate spirit of teamwork. That's taking one for the team right there. Yes. Crucify my body and scourge my flesh, that we might find victory this day. Right? That makes sense. It's the ultimate teamwork. Shapes are getting less coherent as I go. Well, you know, I'm working on these ones on tops of the shoulders, and taking these shatter camo shapes around corners and over hard edges is tricky. It was easier on the legs than it is up here on the shoulders, but I still think the Cataphract is one of the best choices for it, because if I was trying to do this with a mech that had even fewer flat surfaces, I would be irritated.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and
that's the whole point.
That's the whole point, Roland. Get inside the lines or anything.
This whole thing is an exercise in glorbing with efficiency and purpose. Maybe not efficiency, but purpose. I don't think I've ever done anything particularly efficient. This is just not who I am as a person, you know? Hey, Eternal. Oh, you like him? I got a couple more for you if you want them. Gets me going every time. I've got some more coming. Some more 80s clips coming. I've been working on some RoboCop ones too. I'm almost to the new season of Clone Wars, by the way, guys. I know that I've had like every time somebody brings up Clone Wars in here, despite the fact that I've been painting Star Wars, I'm like, everybody shut up. No spoilers. I haven't seen it yet. Well, pretty soon you'll be able to do spoilers. Actually, probably still no spoilers, because we're going to have people in chat who haven't seen it. But you can spoil me. You know, I love being spoiled. Not in that sense. But in other senses, sure. My name is Thunderhead, and I am burdened with glorious purpose. Fucking love RoboCop. That's because it's an amazing movie, Dark Fox. That is why. Carla J. Reynolds dropping some biddies right on us. Carla, thank you so much. I hope your stream's been going well. I've only been able to pop in a couple of times. I'm not sure when you go on. Pardon if I lapse into silence from time to time when I'm doing this freehand work. I try not to too much. I'm usually pretty good at saying basically nothing at all, but just opening my mouth, which, you know, they say that's a skill. I guess it is. I don't know. Throughout most of my life, it's just been the reason people want me to shut the fuck up. Upgraded the mic, testing it a bit. Seems to be awesome, thanks to Cat. Yeah, Cataphract helped me out too. When I was having mic trouble, I went to him and said, "Why is this happening?" And he said, "Well, it's because you're stupid." And I was like, "Oh my god, thank you so much." And we fixed it. You know, it turns out that was the problem. I need like a crazy lightning bolt shape in here. No, he gave me better advice than that. God, how terrible of a person do you think Chaotic Harmony is that he would say something like that? Oh, Carla. With the peen jokes. We got those. We got the peen jokes around here.
Like I told my last wife, I says, "Honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes."
That wasn't a Penor's joke. That was just a general statement of it's all in the reflexes, which explains why I'm so quick on my feet.
Welcome everyone to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Hey, Eternal.
Have fun, be safe, and above all,
don't show them to me. For the love of God. That applies to you too, Eternal. I know you just followed me thinking, this is the guy. This is the guy that I'm on a photobomb with my junk. But I am not that guy. I am another guy entirely. Eternal, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a good time. I know I am. Who says it will be mine? I mean, I guess Eternal may have found a loophole, a glitch in the Matrix, if you will. Because I didn't think of that. Thank you for handling that, Cat. Cat says no, I guess we can. I'm sorry. God, Cat never lets me do anything fun, you guys. And a funny little chevron here. I don't hate this shatter camo now that I've worked on it a fair amount. I mean, I didn't really hate it before, but It just gets easier the more work you do. I don't feel that I'm not really replicating all the shapes in the Shatter Camo perfectly. I'm not really doing justice to the original designer, but I don't have a lot of surface area to work with, and it was obviously designed to go on something with a lot of flat surfaces. So let me see. Yeah, do kind of a squiggy bit here. With an extra branch on it. I think that's the very definition of fair vandal. That does sound delicious, Roland. Let's avoid anatomy. Just in general. If you wouldn't show your gam, don't post it. And I'm not interested if you have like a weird-ass relationship with your gam either. It's a little too watered down. Let's get something right from the source. Woo! That is more black than I meant to lay down. Let's pull some of that away before it tries to spread, shall we? So what is everybody up to today? I don't think I've asked. I pitched the Storm Report, which is kind of like asking what you're up to, but I didn't really ask. How odd of me. But yeah, what you doing? What you working on? I'm always interested in what people are working on, particularly while I'm working. It's sort of a nice feeling of connection that comes with that, don't you think? That's what I've found anyway. And if you'd like to share, and I don't see it here in chat, please feel free to share in the Storm Report. Now, I'm going to ask you guys a favor. This is something I should have set up beforehand. If you are posting the Storm Report, do me a favor and try to limit yourself to, let's say, 3 pictures. And it's not that I don't enjoy what you guys post. Some people post quite a lot. It's that it has become enough of a bit that last time it took me about 45 minutes to get through it, and I'd like to keep it to around a half an hour. If you've overdone that already, don't worry about it. You don't have to go back and erase a bunch of stuff. I did just ask you to do this. But if you are participating in the Storm Report, which I strongly encourage, please try to limit yourself to no more than 3 pictures. Oh my god, Chaotic. Chaotic, are you making those fucking Mongolian meatballs? Because, I actually tried that recipe that you gave on, like, some frozen meatballs that I had in the fridge. And, dude, that's the shit. Is absolutely the shit. I need to get the recipe from you again, because I did it a while ago and then I misplaced it. I think I've got it in my in Discord. Yeah, Mongolian meatballs. It's like, and I don't mean to besmirch the good name of Chaotic Harmony, but they are like the lowest class fucking American microwave Chinese meals you're ever gonna have in your life. They're delicious. They're delicious. They're a Mongolian beef recipe. As I understand it, they're a Mongolian beef recipe that Chaotic Harmony found, and he thought to himself, I could buy, like, you know, skirt steak, like pieces of beef, and I could make it that way, but these meatballs are much cheaper. So, America, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. You're right, I am gonna. This time it was Chaotic Harmony, though. That's something. Volts are channel points, Vandal Noir. You get them just for being here. You also get them for chatting, and occasionally you can claim a little bonus there at the bottom. Those are what you can spend to make me do some things, and to remind me to drink, to force me to compliment things that you know I hate. That's been done a few times. That's always a good time. Cataphract, that is definitely what we're talking about. Absolutely. Flawless. Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, that's how the story goes. Chaotic Harmony's like, well, I did buy steak. I bought steak, like, one time. It's okay. You don't have to be ashamed of the meatballs, dude. Legitimately, though, it's fucking delicious. Chaotic, you can feel free to share that recipe in the Discord if you feel like it. It's legitimately wonderful. I'm gonna leave that. I feel like that's actually a pretty good spread of camo if I clean this up a bit. You're making me hungry, though, Chaotic. I hope you're saving some of the Mongolian meatballs for me. Because I'll be there soon. I won't be. I live in a different state now. It makes me sad that Chaotic and I didn't know one another and weren't friends when we lived fairly close to one another. That would have been pretty cool.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not
I
like
will.
We're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
How you doing, Pond Burn? Good to see you, man. Hey, crossbow roof. I'm just shaking up some white paint, don't mind me. Spent the day trying to A, not bleed out, that's good. And learn ITAR regs. I don't remember what the fuck that acronym stands for. We've been known to do barbecue meatballs for gaming parties, frozen mini meatballs. I'm not saying the meatballs aren't delicious. I'm just saying they're a very particular tier of frozen meat product. That's all. That tier happens to be delicious. Nobody's saying it isn't. Alright, let's try to clean up our work a little bit here and get this camo looking spiffy, shall we? Someone suggested last time doing the bits in white and then filling them with the black, and you know what? I already started doing it this way, so this is what we're doing. It was a good suggestion.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Thankfully, I apparently fixed that. So, ha! It's a bit of an antagonistic stream. My viewers point out things I'm doing wrong, and I berate them for pointing it out. We're kind of like a family around here, but not like one of those bullshit families where everyone's like, we're like a family, we all love each other, like a real family, where we mostly hate one another and passive-aggressively judge each other for everything. I assume everyone's family was just like mine. Alright, Puck Duncher. You take it easy, man. More like the Manson family. You know. We'll get there. People don't quite follow my instructions that directly and literally and violently yet, but, you know, with some time. That's a little thicker than I meant it to be, but I can clean that up. I just realized this looks kind of like the Samus S. Oh well. Clean that up a tiny little bit. Some peripheral involvement in the arms trade. You are, how they say, Lord of War. I like that movie. I haven't seen it for a while, but I liked it. My hands are a little shaky today, so this is a great day to be doing freehand work. I'm just going to employ more techniques than I usually do to keep them from shaking. Probably isn't the, 4 cups of coffee I slammed right before this. That would be ridiculous. I like my version better. It's a great line. It really is. Get me the gun from Rambo. That was one of them Widowmakers, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was. Hey, Pez Motion with the Prime subscription. Thank you so much, Pez Motion. Keeping me in motion, as it were. Oopsies. That's okay, we can fix that. Woo! That is a woo moment. That is a moment worthy of a woo. I don't woo too often. But, I feel like that, you know, a woo saved is a woo earned. A woo in hand is worth 2 woo in the bush, if you will. You shouldn't. That was a terrible thing to say. I regret it. Clean that up again. Do I print most of my minis? Lustness, at this point, yes. That was not true for a while, even after I got my printers, but recently it has become very true. I print the vast majority of the minis. So, Eternal, we have no specific plans to do other Babylon 5 themed items. This Narn-style Shatter Camo was a specific request from Roland, because he redeemed an entry into the Stormchaser mercenary company. And I like to go ahead and do requests for the requester. Or rather, allow them to have some say in the paint job that I do. Unless they're Ocoral, in which case I ignore everything they say. I do what I want, I fuck it up, and then I delay it for a while. But he requested the Narn Shatter Camo, so that is what we are doing. The fact that I am a fan of Babylon 5 is sort of incidental to that request. Oops. Really wanted to start doing that. Lustness, let me tell you, we were kind of just talking about this. There's there's a sort of attitude going into resin printing, and I know that I had it, and some other people in this chat have had it, where we say things like, I am going to start printing all my minis, and then I'll finally be able to, like, I won't print anything until I painted what I already have. It won't actually solve that problem for you. You're going to find yourself printing way more minis than you paint. That problem is just going to be eternal. However, you'll spend less money. You'll spend a lot less money. And I personally feel more encouraged to try new and experimental painting techniques on printed minis, because if I mess it up, I'm like, well, I can throw this in the trash, and I can have another one in a few hours. And it will cost me almost nothing. I love that myself. But if you're thinking of getting into printing all your own minis, all I can say is, do it, it's amazing. It is a bit of a madness. What did the shadows... like, the shit was just like black with crazy... There was like a dark purple with like black lines on it, wasn't it? It was very strange. And they were all spidery. Everything about them was spidery. I didn't like it. And the Vorlons turned out to be dicks too. I don't know what song this is, but I'm pretty sure I told them not to play it again, and they just did it anyway. Come on, Pretzel, why you gotta play me like this? Anything other than this garbage. By anything, I mean some very specific things. Yeah, like spider webbing. The Vorlons were cool as hell, but they were dicks. They really were. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, I'm a Sheridan guy, and... I don't know, that's a tricky one, because Sinclair was around for such a short period of time. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on the matter, though. And ultimately, like, is that really the question? Because I feel like the answer to Sinclair or Sheridan is actually Ivanova, is it not? And besides, I like Bruce Boxleitner. Not like a lot. But he had charisma. Yeah, Ivanova is the right answer. Obviously, it's Ivanova. I'm glad that we are all in agreement on this. For anyone in the chat who has not watched Babylon 5, you might not know what we're talking about. But for anyone in the chat who has not watched Babylon 5, what the fuck are you doing here? Go watch Babylon 5. It's an amazing show. The great weakness of Babylon 5 is probably in the ending of it, which left some satisfied and some less so. But the ending is really not the most important part of the series, by any stretch of the imagination. You should really watch the whole thing. I was not a big fan of Crusade, the follow-up. Admittedly, everything in the universe kind of goes batshit crazy at the end of Babylon 5. Like, you know, within the fictional universe, that is. The actual universe doesn't go crazy when the show ends. That would be strange. Bester. Yes! Bester. Played by... oh, God. It's, It's Chekhov. It's oh man, I should really have his name ready to go. It's like on the tip of my brain. As I say it, yeah, Walter Koenig, thank you. As I say it, Eternal's like, that fucking Chekhov. That Chekhov, you son of a bitch, you get out. You get out of my show. It's okay, Eternal. We can't all like everything. I liked him. I liked Bester. Lessness, no, not really. This model that you're seeing here, that I am painting, this was printed and then cured in sunlight. You had to clean up the supports on it, but that's pretty easy to do. It was cured in sunlight, and then I primed it, and now I'm painting it. I mean, really, if you're smart about finishing your models, you generally don't have to do much finishing work. Because this is off a resin printer. And resin printers are just straight up smoother than FDM printers, which is like what your Ender 3 and stuff is. It's not really an old printer thing, Lustness. It's a type of printer thing. Because there are two general types of printers, and I will segue for a moment into, that's not the right word. I'll talk about this for a moment. Let's just keep it simple. It was Lita, and that actress, there was something about her just the other day for Lita's actress. She's a big-time stunt woman. She was the stunt woman for Laura Dern in Jurassic Park. In fact, you can see Lita in Jurassic Park in the scene when Laura Dern is on the back of the T-Rex skeleton and it's swinging around in the air. There's a shot where it's like full-on, boom, you can see her face. It's totally Lita. She was also in the Night of the Living Dead remake. Why do I know these things? Okay, so there are Patricia Tallman. Thank you so much, Roland. I knew somebody. Wax Eloquent. I like that so much better. I'm going to wax eloquent for a moment about 3D printing. So there are two general types of 3D printing, Lustness. If you look up on the camera to the right, what you're seeing is what's called FDM printing. That is something deposition modeling. What's the F? I should really remember that. Well, what it means, though, is that it builds a model by simply taking a fuse deposition. Thank you. Fuse deposition modeling. So what it does is it takes a spool of plastic filament, and it's a spool. It's a whole bunch of like 1.75 millimeter round plastic cable, basically. And it takes that and it forces it through a heated block and then a nozzle, and what comes out the other end is a molten plastic in a very, very small amount. And as you see that print head moving back and forth, what all it's doing is pumping out molten plastic, which is then fusing to the layers beneath it. So what this means is that head moves, and it prints a layer, and then it goes up by like 0.2 millimeters, and then it goes around and it does it again, then it goes up by 0.2 millimeters, then it goes around and it does it again. And it builds things in layers, in one on the bottom, and then it goes up to the very tippy top. And as a result, you get those print lines because it's laying down around filament each and every time. And I have, one moment, I can show you some examples. The best example that I can give you, because I printed, these are some of the first things that I printed, by the way, both on my FDM and on my resin printer. Layers like Shrek. See, now you're getting it, Eternal. Absolutely, that's precisely what I'm talking about. Yeah. Back in my day, we 3D printed by hand with a hot glue gun, and it took forever. You went to college with Patricia's son. That's actually pretty cool. She's really neat. I like her. I like trying to spy her in all the movies that she does stunt work in, which that's a lot. She did a lot of movies. So, each of these is a Battletech mech that I have printed. They are both the same Griffin model. One of them, his hand looks different because I modified it to be a Griffin 1S after the fact. Same thing for the missile launcher. I drilled extra holes, or rather fewer holes, for the Griffin 1S. These are among the first mechs that I printed on my printers. Now, can you tell me, looking at them, which is FDM and which is resin? Because what a resin printer does is it builds in a similar method, building by layers, but it does it by dipping a plate into a vat of photosensitive resin, flash curing a layer of resin, and then pulling away, and then doing it over and over again. It is not as exciting to watch, which is why I don't have a camera on my resin printer. But it comes out with much, much smoother models. Well, you know, Vergatarung, that doesn't count. Yeah, Tiny Robots knows where I'm going with this. So, this one on the left is FDM. This one on the right is resin. Now, the most notable difference in quality is always going to be on the bottom of an FDM print. This guy looks like a bit like Hamburger on the back, even painted to account for that. And this guy looks nice and smooth, minus a couple of rough points where I had to remove supports, and that's just because I was very new to doing it at the time. But this, I didn't sand, I didn't apply epoxy, I didn't do anything to this print. I printed it using some, if I may say so, clever settings, and then I hit it with some filler primer, and then I painted it. That's all I did. Like, that really is all that happened to this thing. And it came out looking pretty good. For the fact that this model cost me 20 cents. Maybe 20 cents in materials. Same for this one. This one cost me, you know what? I'll go out on a limb and say it cost me 30 cents in material. No more, and I am wildly overestimating those costs. Realistically, it cost me significantly less than that. Now, I will say, as far as FDM versus resin goes, I would take this mini on the left and throw it across the room into the wall as hard as I can and be perfectly confident that it would be intact. This one I would not. This one would break. Resin is more brittle than FDM is by quite a lot. But you can get good results with either one, is my point. I think that you can actually do a lot of really good work with FDM. But if you're looking for really precise detail, you do want resin, like this clone I painted last time. This guy's printed in resin. I would not try a sculpt like this in FDM. I would only do something like this in resin. FDM, this would simply not come out looking good. You've heard resin is more intensive with chemicals, etc. It can be. It can be. And it was for a long time. There are a new set of water washable resins that are available now. Tasselhoff, good to see you. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. It gets better every few months, it seems like. Lustness, thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad that you're having a good time. I know I am. Yeah, just lick it off your hands to gain immunity to it. No, don't drink the resin. Don't huff the resin. And honestly, the issue with the chemical problems with resin is kind of overblown. The resin itself, I think people really talk up how toxic it is, but if you read the safety sheet on it, it's mostly harmful to concentrate. If you have like concentrated inhalation, and I mean like sticking your nose in the bottle and huffing it, yeah, it's going to be bad for you. Getting it on your skin, yes, that's bad for you. Don't do that. Don't drink it. Don't put it inside your body in any way. Adam Hags, let's go with Adam. Looking at that resin printer for like $200 a few days ago. Which one was it? So you don't need, if you have reasonable ventilation, I mean like a room with a vent in it that air keeps moving through regularly, you're probably fine. Yes, Chaotic Harmony, maybe we could look at something with that. Or like an injection, or maybe putting it directly into your lungs. I'll have my doctors look at that, Chaotic. It really is common sense stuff. And the worst of the chemicals you're going to deal with in resin printing are going to be cleaning chemicals when you're using standard photosensitive resins. And I'm talking about pure acetone and like 99% isopropyl alcohol. Those are going to be the things that are dangerous because those things are astonishingly flammable. I mean, people don't honestly give them the respect that they deserve. I've seen people do things like put little amounts of isopropyl into an ultrasonic cleaner with a sealed top and then be shocked when they made a bomb, for instance. Like, don't fuck around with that stuff. But here's the thing. There have recently been released a number of water washable resins. They're water soluble is what they are. And I've started using those, and I strongly recommend them. They are a little bit more expensive. and not really that much more expensive. But the thing is, if you look at the amount of money you would spend on cleaning chemicals to clean up the standard resins versus the extra money you're spending on water washable resins, you're not spending any more money, and you're not dealing with as many caustic or destructive chemicals. I strongly recommend water washable resin. This guy's in water washable resin. This guy's in water washable resin. Like, these were so fucking easy to clean up, too. Now, the one thing you want to be careful of is you don't want to say, oh, it's water washable, so I'm going to rinse it down my sink. Don't do that. It's still toxic. It'll be bad for the sewer. It'll be bad for your septic. Whatever it is you got. You want to dump it into, like, a... Yeah, they had it on sale a little bit ago. Crossbow. If it was a Photon S for $200, that's a good deal. That really is. My resin printer sits. It's directly behind me, maybe 5 feet. When I sit at my desk, I can reach my left arm out and I can touch it. And, I mean, maybe when there is finally an obituary, they'll be like, alas, poor Thunderhead, we hardly knew him, he sat too close to his resin printer. I don't think that's going to be the case. I haven't had any issues with it. I have had no toxic reactions. I don't have headaches from it. I can't smell it significantly. I'm in a reasonably well-ventilated room, you know? I think that people... It's better to overstate toxic threats, absolutely, so that people don't not take them seriously, but you're probably going to be fine. Need your advice on support cutting and the best way to support models in general. Tiny Robots in a Box, I have outsourced almost all of my supports to Prusa Slicer. It's a great program. I will import all my STLs to Prusa Slicer, and then use its auto-orientation feature, which runs a few calculations and then orients it well. Sometimes I'll run auto-orient a few times to get an orientation that I want more, because I want certain features to be in better detail and thus not getting supports put on them. And then you can auto-generate supports, and what I'll usually do is I'll auto-generate the supports, and then I'll go in manually, and I'll remove and add them here and there where I can see that they need to be. Oh yeah, there's an auto-orientation. It's fucking amazing. How do you dispose of water washable resin? Well, what I do with my water washable resin is I keep a bin, it's a little plastic sealed container full of water where my prints go in, and I let them soak there for a while, and I shake it back and forth. And I found that this actually has a twofold effect. When I'm using water washable resin, I take it and I put it in there, and I'll let it soak in the water for a couple of hours. And if you do this right after it gets done printing, here's the thing. It's water soluble, so that water will soften that cured resin somewhat. Now, you want to be careful, because I've had instances where I forgot that it was in there and I left it for like 12 hours and I pulled it out and the print just came apart into pieces. It dissolved the whole damn thing. So you don't want to do that. But if you leave it in there for an hour or so and then pull it out, and then I'll usually give it a quick rinse in another bin, and then I'll dump that water someplace, because that secondary rinse bin, like, there's still little bits of toxicity in there, but barely any. Almost all of it's going to stay in the first bin. That first bin's what you got to worry about. I take that, I keep it sealed, I keep all the water inside. When it's reached a certain saturation level, and you'll know the saturation level, it'll be cloudy as all hell for one. Take it, put it outside in the sun. Let the sun cure the resin that is in there. It'll generally congeal on the bottom in kind of a gelatinous mass that you can then dump the water off the top, scrape that out, throw it away someplace, wrap it in plastic, do whatever you gotta do, put in some more water, start over again. But yeah, leaving it out in the sun to cure out is a good way to do it. See, for Gatorung, I don't always either, and I give it a good rinse in hot water. What I was saying about the softening, though, and you probably noticed this for Gatorung, I like to soften the plastic a little bit, because then when you go to remove supports, man, they just come right off. Now, you have to be careful with the print, because the whole thing is soft, and parts can just break. But I've gotten my best results with support removal when the resin is nice and softened by water. At least for the water washable stuff. So that's been, printing advice. I hope that has been helpful. Yeah, it works really well. Maybe I'm out of my damn mind for Gatorung. Maybe it wasn't the water that was doing it. Maybe it's the fact that I'm hitting it with hot water before I go into it anyway. In which case, I have the effect right, but the cause wrong. Because I always do give it a rinse in hot water right before I go in to remove supports. But, I mean, I just did that because I like hot water. But yeah, I hope that rambling is helpful to you. If you have any other questions about 3D printing, please don't be afraid to ask. In fact, if you hop on the Discord, we have a lot of 3D printers on there, and pretty much all of them will be happy to answer questions. We have a few Discord channels devoted specifically to asking about 3D printing, including a What Went Wrong channel, where you did a print and something went wrong and you don't know what, post a picture and say, what the fuck do I do to fix this? And people will generally help you figure it out. 3D printing is a remarkably welcoming community for the most part. It's a tricky spot to get to. Yeah, leaving it in too long will damage it. That I discovered the hard way. Tasselhoff, go right ahead. I am allowing links periodically from certain people now. Bearing in mind that link posting is a privilege, and if it is abused, it will disappear very quickly. Not that we've had problems, but I'd rather avoid having problems. I'm being real sloppy with the white today. I gotta clean my shit up. Oof. Alright, let's try again.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Please have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just don't do it. Practical Zaku! Is there such a thing? The Zaku's kind of an impractical tool. I mean, it looks cool, don't get me wrong, but there's nothing about the Zaku says practical to me. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, man. I hope you're having a good time. I know I am. Do you or anyone you know sell 3D prints? Adam, almost everybody who 3D prints will sell a 3D print. Almost everybody. We actually have a channel on the Discord. We have a buy-sell trade channel that is very useful for finding somebody to 3D print you something. We have a lot of printers on the channel. So if you're interested in finding somebody, I would check there. We have a shockingly active Discord, you guys. I was not expecting it to be particularly active when I made it. And, oh, it is. Oh, it is. Fuck. The white is not being cooperative today at all. That and my shaky hand is not helping things. There's nothing we can't fix, so. Yes, Practical Zaku. This is specifically for Battletech. This is a Cataphract that we are painting as part of a redemption from one of our viewers. We do other mechs. We do other mechs on here, and we are a fan of all things mech, or at least I am.
Elbow rocket! Now!
We're going to have some heavy gear going on, not later today, but later this week. Adam, I know that feeling. Particularly when it comes to dealing with social media. That, oh god, everybody's on another app. Here we go again. Maybe I'll get around to doing it. Let me tell you, though. You won't regret getting a Discord. You really won't. Discord is a fantastic service. It's been around for a while, mostly as like a group chat system for online games, but it's evolved to be a lot more than that. It has some really great communities, and you have some really incredible self-moderation features on there. It's sort of, I think a friend of mine described it as, it's like being on Facebook, where you only interact with the people that you want to. And you probably get less of your data gathered. But Discord's really an excellent service, and I don't think you'll regret signing up for it. I know you won't regret signing up for the Thunderhead Studio Discord. I mean, I'm pretty sure you won't. You might, you know. I shouldn't make promises. But if anybody in the chat right now is not totally familiar with this stream brought to you by Discord. They don't pay me shit, but they let me push my crap. Shit, crap, poop, etc., etc. But we have a little bit. I'd like to go ahead and push one more time, and eventually I'm going to automate this so I can stop saying it. We have a little bit on this stream called The Storm Report. Which is not as exciting as it sounds, really. In fact, I'm not even going to mention it. It's a stupid bit. Nobody really participates in it. Actually, a shocking number of people participate in it. It is a channel on the Discord where if you have been working on something creative, painting a miniature, doing some 3D printing, working on a play space, building a table, whatever, some photography, you know, doing some cross-stitch. Girl Geeks cross-stitch is some of my favorite content on there, I gotta say. But if you are a creative of any kind, I encourage you to share your work on the Storm Report. We go to it at the end of every stream, and I'd like to spend about a half an hour going over people's work and talking about it. It's a great way to get a little bit of exposure without a whole lot of commitment, you know? And I love it. I love it when people decide to share with us. I really do. I feed off of your excitement, your enthusiasm, and most importantly, your creativity. Without your creativity, I wouldn't have anybody to rip off. So it's vital for the future of my career as a professional streamer that you continue to freely submit your work to me, with it being understood that I will steal it immediately. No, I don't steal your work. Really struggling with the straight lines today, guys. Really struggling with them. My stuff is crap, your stuff is shit. Yeah, Discord is free.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
And don't listen to Cataphract Harmony. He just wants you to torture me with food. Cataphract Harmony, you better be posting pictures of those Mongolian meatballs, and I'm not talking about your junk. It would be funnier if you were Asian, but you're not. As far as I know. Have to fix that with some purple after the fact. This is working slowly. Oh, Lord. Submit or perish. So close to 50k. That's good to hear, Iguana. I don't really have an accurate read on how long it takes people to get those channel points. Some people certainly seem to accrue them faster than others. Better believe I posted ball pics. You're such a classy guy, Harmony. So glad that I continue to encourage you to participate. Like, damn, usually my hands shake a little bit, but today it is just crazy. I don't think it's food related. I've actually eaten. My blood sugar should be good. For whatever reason, I'm just extra shaky. I haven't had an extra glut of caffeine or anything like that. Not sure what it is. Oh well. With enough effort, you can clean up anything. Hey, thank you so much, Chaotic. You have a great time. Tell Chaotic Girlfriend hi for me, even though she doesn't know me at all. That won't be creepy. Not in the slightest. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you very much for the raid, Chaotic. I will see you when I see you, which will probably be tomorrow, because this guy streams like crazy. I'm usually more talkative even when I am painting, but freehanding shuts me up a little bit. If you were wondering, what does it take to shut this asshole up? Well, you found it. Get me to freehand a camo pattern. Oopsies. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe it's a lack of beer. Hey, Adam, thank you so much for joining the Discord, man. I hope you find some good information there. I'm pretty sure you will. Due to the troubles. Actually, I don't mind that. We can go with, what did they do in the Mitchell and Webb look? The event. Thanks to the event. Ooh, that should be interesting, Pez Motion. I can say that personally that would be a nightmare scenario for me, but you may have a very different relationship than I do.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I didn't prompt him to do any of that. What? No. No Discord audio. Stop it. Stay indoors. Do not think about the event. Those bits are actually kind of funnier now that we have endured the event. Are enduring the event. Line is not supposed to come out curved. It just did anyway, because reasons. Okay, so it's not entirely out of the norm. It's just maybe a little longer. The purple that I'm using is a zenithal highlight coat. It was then gone over with this Dr. P.H. Martin's violet liquid acrylic, which is very potent, by the way. I'm gonna have to clean all of these up. Won't that be fun? Wasn't so bad on the legs where my grip point was closer. And I don't think my hand was shaking so much last time. I'm just going to keep blaming that. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. That and trying to make straight lines across angled fucking panels. Just like, oh, God. Ugh. That'll have to do. Yeah, you've been doing a lot of work very much like this, Verg. Which makes me feel like a fool complaining about it, considering how much you've been doing. Made that wider than I meant to, so I'm just embracing the width of it. Because it is easier to fill out with black than it is to touch up with purple at this moment. Oh, that's right. You're doing the fucking dazzle crab, the crabazzle. Doing lines on my climax right now, far more simple than the Narn zags, and I'm feeling like here. Well, hey man, at least we're failing together. We're in good company. That's something. It's not much, but it's something. Life is all about finding those silver linings. You know, that's one of the other things I should look at for improving my production quality here on the stream is my music. 'Cause I just keep on using Pretzel, and it's okay. I don't really have any problem with it. It's easy. I barely have to think about it. We get some pretty decent tunes on here most of the time, right? Nobody seems to hate them too much. But it could be better. It could definitely be better. Still probably not going to want to spend any money on it, but, you know, could still be better. Nearly there. Then we can do some cleanup, and then we can move on to something other than just the camo pattern. And won't that be nice? Premium Beats has a service. I'll have to take a look. Yeah, except I know exactly the song you're talking about, Roland. That song that comes on where there's suddenly a dude who's like, maybe we should give the devil a chance. We live in a world of digital mysticism where the first thing you touch in the morning and the last thing you touch at night is your phone. Like, what the fuck are you... Was this edgy in, like, 1999? What the hell? Cat, I appreciate you. I really appreciate that. Even if I do glorb during freehanding, the last thing I need is to hear it. Because freehand is something that I don't work on much. I really don't. It's not a skill I've really cultivated, but it's one that I was saying I've been plateauing. And I have been plateauing with my paint methods. I keep doing the same few methods over and over again, and I've made them work decently well for me at this point. But I could expand, I can do more things. And freehanding is something that I'd like to do more of. I need to definitely do some more off-stream. Because, of course, it's easy for me to claim that I'm a better painter when you're not watching me. But I am, legitimately. I have an easier time with fine detail when I'm not trying to remember also to keep things on camera and babbling about Power Rangers or Pacific Rim or, you know, whatever it is that we've come up with on any given day. Oof, come on. Continuing the gift sub from Greg Manro Fasal, I'm glad that you have been enjoying yourself enough to continue that gift sub. Thank you so much. I don't know why I don't have an alert set up to tell me that people are doing that. I'll have to take a look at that. Headshot 07. Dropping some biddies apparently out of nowhere. What's up, Headshot? How are you? Doing pretty good from the look of things. Doing even better now that you're here. And he's humble, too. Oh, but thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Keeping me in the paints, keeping the camera rolling. Oh, how much fun, Manro. You have a great time, buddy. Dark Fox has returned. Only the darkest of foxes walk in these woods. This paint scheme is definitely easier to do over a big series of broad, flat panels. Yeesh. I mean, any pattern is, really, though. A number of these panels are going to need cleaning up with black paint. Alright. So I gotta come in here and I gotta clean up some of these panels. But, Roland, what do you think overall, man? This is the essential Narn Shatter camo. I don't think I missed any. I gotta come back over almost all of them now. Hey, Practical Zaku, hello again. How are you? Good to see you. Commissar Iguana going into lurk mode with that amazing emote. That amazing emote of Knife Head. Silver Hydra, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. That's a thing, right? If I just keep saying the same stupid phrase over and over again, then it's not me being a repetitive asshole. It's branding, right? That's what I've been told. I mean, maybe I'm a repetitive asshole, but I'm a repetitive asshole with a brand. Catchphrase! There you go. You know, Practical Zaku, I have a general policy against that sort of compliment around here, and I don't mean to say that to be like, how dare you, sir? You shut your mouth. Your compliments are not welcome here. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you don't have to put yourself down to compliment me, man. And you know what I would like even more than that? Really? If you're thinking to yourself, man, I'd like to let Thunderhead know how much I appreciate what he's doing. You know what you could do for me? On a personal level? Take some of your work and post it in the Storm Report, man. I'd like to see it, because I'll bet you're better than you give yourself credit for. Yeah, the emotes are fucking amazing. Yeah, Vergatarung, that's true, but you don't have a microphone to tell me not to, so suck it. It's true, Zaku, really it is. And you know, here's how I look at it. The world is purpose-built to tear you down. It just is. The world will tear you down plenty. You do not need to help it. You can afford some positivity about yourself. Because if you're not your own cheerleader, then who the hell's gonna be? You know? Headshot with the follow. Thank you so much, Headshot. I'm glad you're having a good time, or at least I hope you are. I know I am. See how I modified it that time? That was clever, wasn't it? Oh, I'm so clever sometimes. Woo! Ugh.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
Oh,
it's not like we're trying to
Coral.
get inside the lines or anything.
How you doing, man? How did I know? How did I know that wasn't even the first glorb I've gotten today, but somehow I just had this feeling that was an O'Coral one. I was not disappointed. Oopsies. It's going to take a little bit of fixing. SP Firestarter, good to see you, man. Glad you're back. Just woke up and felt you needed a glorbing. I'll accept that one. I'll accept that one from now, Cat. But I do ask that we try to refrain from hitting the glorb command while I'm freehanding, because everything I'm doing is glorbing, and it's hard. I'm not very good at it. Really, Datron? That's fucking fantastic. See that right there? That right there, what Datron said. Right there. Those are the greatest compliments that I get on this stream. And I'm not saying blow smoke up my ass and make that up, but if it's true, if I have been in any way instrumental in inspiring you to art in any way, shape, or form, that's what I want to hear. That makes me feel much better than the notion that I might be a better painter than you. I don't want to be a better painter than you. I don't. There are, there's always a bigger fish. Being better than somebody doesn't mean anything, really. You know who I want to be better than? I want to be better than me from yesterday. That's it. That's the only person I want to be a better painter than. Because anything else is just, it's a long wait for a train that's not coming. There's always going to be somebody better. So that shouldn't be what it's about. You know? It should be about growth, and it should be about expression. Some people express themselves in modern artistic ways through, I don't know, graffiti, or sitting on a folding chair while a man dressed like a pig with capitalism written on his forehead dumps day-old puke on their head. I don't know, you know? That's how some people express themselves. I express myself through a love of robots.
Elbow rocket! Now!
And, lightsabers, too. Something hard. Ooh, chaotic. You're so witty it fucking hurts, man. Practical Zaku, if you would like to participate in the Storm Report, you are going to want to hop onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord and jump into the channel called the Storm Report and post your pictures. I do ask now that people limit themselves to no more than 3 pictures. This is just because the Storm Report has gotten longer and longer as time has gone on. And I'd rather not have to devote almost an hour to going through it. But I do want to check out everything that you want to share. So, just pick and choose. And you know what the great thing is? Is next week you'll have a chance to share again. I say next week, I mean in 2 days. When I say next week...
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all,
don't show them to me. Just for the love of God. Just, yeah. It is important, since I'm here on the internet asking denizens of the internet to share pictures with me, that you know I don't want them to be pictures of your junk. It's not that you don't have a gorgeous, gorgeous set of junk. You may. You know, I'm not saying that you don't, if it's something that you're particularly proud of. I'm just saying don't show it to me. Mostly because I will then show it on Twitch, and I will then be banned for your cash and prizes. And, I mean, who wants that? Somebody might, but they're a dick, and we shouldn't listen to them. Kursala, admittedly, you might have more of a problem with that than some, with all the unbelievable content that you produce. But if you could keep it under 3, I would appreciate it. Or just at 3 is fine. It doesn't have to be under 3. And Kat makes a good point. The Storm Report is certainly the most popular picture channel, but it is not the only picture channel we have. We have Work in Progress. We have Showcase. We have Action Shots. We have lots of places where you can share. And guys, the Discord is shockingly active. I'm in a number of Discords, and not to toot my own horn, but our Discord is one of the better ones that I'm in. As far as community involvement, as far as getting questions answered in a timely manner. And it's not me answering the questions in a timely manner. I'm the one ignoring people. It's my incredible viewers who are doing it. I just messed up that nice point that I had. I have to fix it. Gonna have to fix it. Greetings and salutations all. I hope you're doing well. How you doing, Samir? Speaking of talented, Samir and the crew of Operation Lancaster keep sharing with us. And at this point, it's overshadowing my content. Who wants to even see what I'm working on when you could be checking out some of the badass mechs and illustrations from talented artists like Matt Plog at Operation Lancaster? I don't know. I don't know who. Iceberg ahead. That's good to know, Iguana. Cat, I had a question. How do you know that I didn't ignore it on purpose? You should definitely get some Twiddlers. Absolutely Twiddlers. Dices knows what I'm talking about. Hey, Just Dices, how are you doing today? Another very talented, very involving miniature painter. If you have not given Just Dices a follow and you're liking what you're seeing here, that is to say, incredibly witty commentary and paint going on miniatures. Ha 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 ha! Definitely check her out. Really though, she's a very talented painter and very enjoyable to watch. And she does a lot of 3D printing too. So, you know, we're in pretty cool company. Ah, fuck. She says that less than I do too. Ah, fuck. If you took a poll, Dices, as to which one of us had the more attractive screen presence, I don't think I'd win. But thank you anyway. There are like 12 to 13 clones of me in just my follow list on Twitch. Dudes in glasses with beards and tightly shorn hair painting minis and making dick jokes. We are a dime a dozen. Speaking of which, I haven't done the chainsaw dick in a while, so here you go. Are we taking a poll? Yeah, I don't think I'd be comfortable with the results of that poll, so I'm going to say no. I need to fix that whole camo panel right there. It does not have sharp enough edges. I'm going to have to do that with some white in a bit. There we go. Whose poll? The only poll that matters. It's true, Kursala. You're not wrong. Hethrir, you're called out always. If I'm saying something bad about someone and I'm not saying their name, it's Hethrir. That or like Scroggins, maybe. Okay, alright, fire starter, fair enough. I will hydrate. With beer. I beat the system! Ah, yeah.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
God, that is... I can't believe I still allow those to be played. Yeah, it's gonna need more cleanup, but it's okay for now. That's good, that's good, that's good. That one needs some. You're Dalek with that. You must hydrate! 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 How's that, Dices? Is that the sexy content you come here for? Daleks are the superior race. We exist only to exterminate. That's not even a good Dalek. The ladies love the Dalek voice. That's why Davros was always rolling in bitches, you know? It wasn't a very good Dalek. I'll be the first to admit that. I'm not a great space fascist.
Some metallics.
Ooh.
Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. I don't even know where he came up with that one. I feel like that was a conversation we were having while he was playing fucking Battletech from HBS or something like that.
And I can feel the air. I can see it. I can see all the molecules. Can't you see it?
Alright, we're getting closer. A little bit at a time. Yeah, that's an improvement.
I heard you liked battle mechs.
Oh.
So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
I haven't heard that one in a while. I really haven't. That was one of the first voice clips that Chaotic Harmony recorded for me. My Dalek sucks. I've got to work on it. Well, you know what? Fair. Fair to say, it does.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
It is. It is. That didn't go the way I wanted it to at all. I'm gonna have to fix that.
When
Finish
watching
the darkening.
Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
What are you gonna do, you know?
A curtain of spider web.
Hang on, I gotta grab my tea real quick. I find that after about 2 hours of this, my throat needs just a little bit of help. Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. Alright, let me fix that mistake that I just made, because that was silly. It was silly. Well, I do need to thicken up the black part of this, so... He has developed an unhealthy obsession with metallic paints. Yeah. I've noticed that since we gave him the, contrast paints. I should stop swishing my brush and actually thin my paints a little bit. Because they're not where I want them to be. I've noticed that he's been using a lot of metallics and doing a lot of, like, metallic base coats with contrast paints over top. It's effective. I'm just glad to see him using paints that he, that flow off the brush decently and aren't like 50 cents at Hobby Lobby. There's nothing wrong with metallic paints. I love metallic paints. I'm not a big fan of the non-metallic metal movement, and it is a movement. I watched it happen. This is not to say that non-metallic metal doesn't look good, that it doesn't require talent. Like, this is in no way pejorative of the technique, but it is worth noting that miniature painters are just as subject to fads and styles as anyone else. And metallic paints got a weirdly bad rap for a while because there were so many incredibly talented painters who stepped up to doing non-metallic metals. Now, something that hasn't been done much that I think is pretty interesting is when people use the techniques from non-metallic metal with metallic paints. I've seen some absolutely incredible models that people have done that way. I prefer TMM also, and I prefer it because most of the models that I paint are intended to be used on the tabletop. And in my experience, obviously not in all cases, there's some really great painters out there, but in my experience, non-metallic metal paint jobs lean heavily on what's called the golden angle. And for those of you who don't know that phrase, the golden angle, hang on. Let me do this real quick. Okay. The golden angle refers to an angle of view of your miniature. It does not stand for Nexus Mod Manager. I mean, it does, but not in this case. The golden angle for a miniature is the angle at which that miniature looks the best, and it's an important angle to find for miniature photography. You want to find the angle at which all of your highlights are visible, the details that you really spent time on are popping out, the pose is spread out enough that you get a lot of said detail. Like, you know the angle when you find it. And NMM depends heavily on that golden angle. It looks good from... If a painter's really good, it might look good from 3 angles. And from almost every other angle, it's gonna look weird. Not every time. I'm sorry, NMM stands for non-metallic metal. If you have ever seen... Are you familiar at all with the paintings of, like, Boris Vallejo? Because he does a lot of that. When you see someone use flat paints to paint, like, a chrome surface, that's non-metallic metal. It's where you simulate the reflection of light on a surface using color in flat, non-metallic paints. OSL is similar in some ways, O'Coral, in that it sort of came into vogue and then everybody started doing it, and then suddenly it's like, well, if you're not doing OSL, you're not cool. And that's bullshit. Because I've seen people do OSL that looks like garbage. OSL is really easy. It's a lot like NMM, where it's best applied subtly, I guess? Like, too much is crazy pants. And it ends up looking weird. And, like, yeah, I do some OSL, but I really try to restrain it because I don't like too much of it. But that's a personal preference thing. Yeah, SP Firestarter, there's certainly people who have done it. You can look up NMM Necrons and you will definitely find results, but it's so time-consuming, too. And that's not the only reason not to do it. Again, I feel like it's great for competition pieces. It's great for things where the only thing people are going to see is a photograph of the miniature, so you have absolute control over the lighting conditions and the angles. Like, yeah, it's fantastic for that. But the reason I prefer true metallic metal is that true metallic metal, generally speaking, is going to look better from more angles, and I make miniatures to be played with. All of my miniatures, like the number of minis I've painted just for display purposes, I can count on one hand. I paint almost all of my minis specifically to go on the tabletop and play a game.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Mm-hmm. Hardware Studios has dinosaur mechs. Yeah, Cat, and Legion figures in particular suffer from this. Because Star Wars means lightsabers, and lightsabers means glowing, and if there's a lightsaber, a lot of the time the only way somebody can think of to get across that it is glowing is to do an obscene amount of OSL. And it's not necessary. Furthermore, I would contend that if you watch the Star Wars movies, lightsabers don't cast that much light. They really don't. You get some light being cast by some lightsabers in incredibly dramatic circumstances, generally when there are no other lights in the room. I think of, like, when Anakin and Dooku were fighting in Episode 2, and one of them, like, intentionally cut the cord to the lights, and there's no light in the room, and they're holding the blades up above their heads, and they had light being cast down on their faces, and then moving around them as they swung their lightsabers. Okay, fine, yeah, sure. Yeah, in Crossbow Roof, yeah, that's fair to say, too. If you're going specifically for the cartoon look, yeah, the lightsabers glowed quite a bit more. But in the movies, they cast almost no light. They mostly just glowed. It was the color from the blade. And like, really, really close. If it was, like, right up next to your face, yeah, you'd get a little light casting off of it. But I see people doing, like, Vaders where... And, I mean, you know... You should do what you want to do. Every artist should do what they want to do. I just had to switch from black to white again real quick. Every artist should do what they want to do. And if you want Vader with crazy OSL on him, I mean, paint away. I just don't think it looks all that great. Every single Vader can't look like the most dramatic comic book panel in history. Or maybe he can. Maybe they can. Maybe I'm completely full of shit. In fact, I probably am completely full of shit. Contemporary Battletech artists that rub you the wrong way. Matthew Steiner, that feels very targeted. It feels very targeted. I'm not going to get into an extended complaint session about a very specific person who works for Catalyst Game Labs and does a lot of Battletech art, because I'm trying not to be so negative. Yeah, I am not baiting you. Yes, of course. Colonel Matthew Steiner is a master baiter, if you will. Let's just say that there are some very, very popular artists who might work specifically in the Battletech arena who are not nice people. And, you know, they don't have to be nice people. Artists don't have to be nice people. They have to make good art. I would just prefer it if they weren't dicks, that's all. My favorite thing about Thunderman is how full of shit he is. Woo! I like that. I'm okay with that. Vader has shiny wood hide helmet. What are you saying, Tiny Robots? You saying he has a shiny helmet? He does. And Vader, of all people, is probably some of the most legit OSL, but it's tricky OSL because it's a shiny helmet that he's got, but you don't end up with a general glow on a surface like that from something as illuminated as a lightsaber. You end up with like a real reflection where you can kind of see the shape of the blade and it goes across the angles of the helmet, and you don't see a lot of people doing that. Some people, yes, and it looks fantastic. A lot of people just kind of put some red on it, and that's not really what it would do on a reflective surface. I tried to simulate that a little bit with Dooku on his patent leather boot, but I'm not great at OSL either, so... Oh, Coral, you were given permission for the one. You can go back to glorbing to your heart's content when I'm not trying to freehand stupid little camo panels. How about that? Salt and Rage! Was he? Roland, was he really? Huh. Number of asshole artists I've met over the years working cons. They say never meet your idols. And they're right. Voodoo hide. It's canon. First of all, I don't know what that is, and I think you're lying. I don't mean that in an insulting way for tiny robots in a box, but what the fuck does that mean? Is my main question. It's clearly just, I mean, I guess it's leather. Is that's just the animal that it would be the leather of? Is that what we're saying? My question is, why did Palpatine have that shit ready to go? Because he, like, drags Anakin into the medical facility, and he's like, you know what? I've got just the thing for this. He's cooked head to toe. He needs a cyber arm and a cyber leg. I have just the outfit. Chancellor, why do you have a, black leather armored outfit with a cape in your closet? That's none of your goddamn business. Okay, right away, sir. Because it's not like they put him in stasis and got his input on it, you know? They just kind of wheeled it out and plugged him in. Voodoo hide. I have never heard that in my life. Yeah, what Sith doesn't?
To 50
there you
Shades
go.
of Cold Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
I might forgive or temporarily rescind my policy of no one ever make art of me for the sake of seeing an animated version of myself with my eyes alight with disappointment. I want to know what that might look like. Yeah, I'm having trouble with this one for some reason. It's crazy because it's a simple shape. There we go. Those medical droids were Michael Jackson fans. Oh, I see. I see. So the, you know, you might have a point, if I got it wrong. That might be a good idea to limit each viewer to one instance of each chapter of 50 Shades per stream. It's a very popular set of voice clips, which is good. But damn. I liked the version in Robot Chicken, where Palpatine wheels Anakin in, and Anakin is still semi-conscious, and he's like, "Don't you worry, my new apprentice. We're gonna hook you up with the best that medical technology has to offer. Anything you want, we got it." He's like, "Ah, yeah, leather, head to toe black leather." He's like, "All right, yeah, I see what you're going for there, huh? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge." He says, "Oh yes, and a cape. Capes are pretty wizard." Well, I mean, okay, yeah, sure, we can do a cape. And I want a voice changer. Yeah, roller skates, remote control, flying fists. All right, somebody put this idiot under. I'm always sad that he didn't get his remote control flying fists. Though it's possible he had them and just never felt the need to use them. He's one of few men in the galaxy who wears a cape. It's pretty much like him, Lando, and Boba Fett. How many of you on the track of Star Wars deep dorkery are familiar with the character Pruneface? I know he has another name before anybody tells me. Just wondering. How many of you are aware of Pruneface? Because we're going to be painting him in the near future. Yes, Boba Fett had a cape. That's true. What the hell is an aluminum falcon? Not everybody down. I mean, you're saying everybody because you're naming, like, Because you're thinking of main to secondary characters who are really a very small portion of the galaxy. Most people don't wear capes in Star Wars. Now, okay, there were a lot of capes in the prequels, even on background characters, but I exclude the population of Coruscant. They're a bunch of fancy fuckers. They probably sniff their own farts, too. That doesn't mean that it's a popular thing to do. It's going to take some cleanup, too. This mech is going to be nothing but clean up, clean up, clean up. Yeah. According to our experts, that statement was a lie, Vandal. Cheveo, what's up, man? Good to see you. Lando had a closet of capes. It's true, he did. We found that out. Every senator but... Well, we didn't see the senators until the prequel. Okay, you have to remember. You have to remember, guys, that for me, the prequels still feel new. And I realize how strange that is to say, considering how long they've been out. It's just... When I think of Star Wars, I still think of the original trilogies. And part of me still feels like the prequels are just sort of tacked on to that. Even though they are like the majority of Star Wars content at this point. So, just chalk that up to me being older than I'd like. And thus being wrong, because old people are wrong about everything. Coruscant Vice. I'd watch that show. I'd enjoy that show for that matter. They practically brought up a bill in the Senate to limit the amount of capes because everyone was swinging into them. Yeah, okay. The Senate was full of capes. Fair. Fair to say. No, Pruneface was one of the random rebel commandos standing around in the briefing room with Mon Mothma and co. And really all he was a background alien. And the only reason that Pruneface ever got written down was because Kenner Toys was making action figures out of everyone in the movie, including random aliens who were just standing around, mopping the floor, whatever the hell it was they were doing in the background. And he didn't have a name at the time, as far as I know. They gave him a name later. I don't remember it now. He does have a name now. But, they called him Pruneface. Like his face looks like a prune. Yeah, we'll call him Pruneface. That seems like a good idea. I get where they were coming from. But FFG, in their infinite wisdom, which is definitely sarcastic, but in this case, they did actually do something pretty cool. When they made their Rebel veterans, which are based off of the Endor Commandos, they included Pruneface. There's a Pruneface miniature, and we're totally going to paint him. And it's going to be fun. I'm going to do a special stream just for painting Pruneface. Because he is like a living avatar of aggressive marketing. Aggressive Star Wars marketing. Star Wars, which set the standard for bullshit action figure sales. Along with like Transformers and G.I. Joe. Inventing characters just so they can sell more plastic. I'm on board. I mean, look at all that I buy. Of course I am. Yeah, I know what you mean, Datron. Well, the thing is, I wasn't there for the initial release of Star Wars, obviously. It was coming out when I did not yet exist. And then I popped into the world shortly afterwards. And became a huge fan of it. But I was there for all the prequels. I fucking skipped school And, spent the entire day outside the theater with my pre-bought tickets. I was a part of those crowds. That's why I use the phrase phantom menacing to describe so many things with hype these days, because I was a victim of it. I was there. I remember coming out of the Phantom Menace going, this was the best movie. You guys, Star Wars is back. Star Wars is amazing again. And the Phantom Menace is a shitty movie. Like, even if you're a prequel fan, which I have come to be more forgiving of the prequels in recent years, the Phantom Menace is a terrible fucking movie. Vast portions of it are nearly unwatchable. And yet, we came out of that theater just full of praise for it. Because we were excited. We were excited to have anything at all Star Wars that was new. We had gone through such a dark age when all we had were the books. Good old Strong Bad. Yeah, okay, yes, that did happen. We threw a couple of Strong Bad light switch raves that, yeah, Hethrir was in fact there. Yeah, the Phantom Menace had the Darth Maul fight sequence, which is the only part of it that I still watch. And yeah, by the time you're leaving the Phantom Menace, what's fresh in your mind is Ray Park flipping around and kicking everyone's ass, which is always a pleasure. I know Solo got kind of panned, but I really quite enjoyed it, and there toward the end when we got to see Maul, played by Ray Park and voiced by Sam Witwer, that is maybe the greatest loss of Solo not doing well in the box office, is that we may not ever get to see Sam Witwer and Ray Park working together again. Now, it's my understanding that they did work together for the new season of Clone Wars. They did motion capture from Ray Park for Darth Maul's fight scenes, which were then voiced by Sam Witwer. Which is cool, don't get me wrong, but I'd still love to see Maul appear again in a movie played by Ray Park, voiced by Sam Witwer. Oh, I fucked that up good. Sam Witwer really brought so much character to the character. Roland, that scene is great. Like, I don't want to go into any details because it is spoilers. I think everyone should know that there is a scene in one of the shows where Darth Maul does finally die. Like, for real, he dead. Now, without going into any spoilers about how it happens, it's fantastic. It feels earned. It's satisfying for all the characters involved, honestly. And it's one of the better shot lightsaber sequences in all of Star Wars, like the whole damn saga, in my opinion. I wasn't a huge fan of Rogue One. See, my problem with Rogue One is that I could see a better movie behind the veneer that we got. What's the director's name? He did Monsters. He did that new Godzilla flick that I didn't like so much. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Gareth Edwards. Yes, Gareth Edwards. Gareth Edwards is a very talented director. And even a talented writer, he is. But I feel like he got snatched out of his film infancy when he still needed to spend some time developing his style. And he got like 2 or 3 giant Hollywood movies just dropped right into his lap, which seems like it would be a dream come true for a director. But in his case, I don't think it was, because he seemed to have a very bad experience working on Rogue One. He came out of it with some very negative things to say about having too many cooks in the kitchen and all the butchering that they did in editing to what it was that he wanted to do. And I don't think he did a good job with Godzilla either. I really feel like he needed more time to mature as a director before he took on projects like that. And those are going to be tough projects for anyone, even a director with a clear voice, because there's so much money in them. There's so many producers involved that literally every choice you make is not only going to be second-guessed, but quite possibly overridden. And that happened to him a lot in Rogue One. And you can fucking tell. You can tell, because you watch the trailers, like, There is way more footage with Forrest Whitaker as Saw Gerrera. Way more footage that they shot of him, not only on Jeddah, but as a young man. A younger man. He wouldn't have been young at any point that we would have seen him in that movie. And I feel robbed of it, because what we got of Forrest Whitaker in that movie was a disappointment. We got barely any of him, and it was mostly him mumbling something about some stupid fucking brain fucking slug that didn't do anything. Like, most of Forrest Whitaker's role was to go, oh, the Borg gullet will see the truth of things. I feel like that accent was racist. He doesn't even have that accent. That was terrible. And, oh, but it has one unfortunate side effect. It will drive you crazy. And then it just doesn't. It just doesn't do it.
Conversation gets more about how you feel about
That's how I feel about Star Wars.
I'm gonna have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
It's weird when Chaotic Harmony does that, because it's like he's saying it directly to me. Alls I'm saying, guys, is there should have been more Forrest Whitaker, and there should have been less of whatever the second act was. That's what I'm saying. I could see a better movie hiding in there, wanting to come out, and not being let out. And I need to confirm this, but I'm pretty sure Gareth didn't do that final sequence with Vader either. I'm pretty sure that was added well after the fact.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye. And sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
A lot of the latter. Mandalorian's a lot of fun. I'm with a lot of people in the complaint that it shouldn't have been as serialized as it was. Because it didn't do it very well, in my opinion. If it had been a movie instead of a show, they had about enough content for a movie. And a lot of the serialized episodes just weren't done all that well. They didn't really have any impact on the overall story. They didn't really tell us anything about the Mandalorian we didn't already know. In one case, it had that annoying chick from Game of Thrones playing Twi'lek and just going, hiss! I'm a bad guy, hiss! It's just, what are we doing? What is this? But huge portions of it were quite entertaining. Particularly the part when Jason Sudeikis was beating up a tiny little Yoda creature. That was a wonderful part. And yes, apparently that scout trooper who punches the satchel with the baby Yoda in it is Jason Sudeikis. That's almost exactly what I'm saying, Sentient Pickle, is how the hell do you get Forrest Whitaker to sign on to a project and use him for, like, one scene? Like, do you not know how fucking lucky you are? It wasn't just Forrest Whitaker, it was Forrest Whitaker playing a legacy fan-favorite character in Saw Gerrera. And they just waste him. There were good stories in that movie. There were interesting characters. I guess my problem with it is that anytime we found out the history of a character, it wasn't because there were a series of cleverly done scenes that tell us their motivations through their actions. It's because the character would basically turn to the screen, look us in the eye, and explain their character history. Like, oh my god, stop it. It wanted to do so many things that it's like the things it did, very little of it did it do well. It had, the third act is fantastic. The third act on Scarif, it's a great battle. It's well shot, it's exciting, it doesn't have anything too stupid in it, there are no fucking Ewoks, you know? But it takes a long time to get there, and most of the things before that are confusing and weird. We jump between like 6 planets we've never heard of before. We're not really given time to come to terms with any of them. We're barely given time to come to terms with the characters we've already met. I wanted to know more about Bodhi. What did we learn about Bodhi? He's an Imperial pilot and he defected. Like that's it. That's the whole thing. You don't feel like that character might be important enough to devote a little bit more time to? No? Okay, sure. arguably more important than Jyn Erso. And no, I don't count novelizations. Oh, I dunk on Ewoks all the time. Sometimes I will actually dunk Ewoks. Because they're, small and easy to dunk. Oh my god, Baze and Chirrut? Baze and Chirrut are my favorite characters in Rogue One. By far. Because they are archetypical. They're characters that would wander into any Akira Kurosawa movie, and you'd be like, oh, it's those guys. We know those guys. And for that matter, I thought Chirrut Imwe was one of the best windows into the Force for the common man that we've ever had. I don't feel like any of the writers have paid attention to any of the lessons that they could have learned from Chirrut Imwe since then, but, you know. Who the fuck cares what I think? I can't believe it's taken me this long to get to I feel like it should have taken me much less time to finish this camo pattern than it has, but, you know, here we are. It's taken me this long, and it's a little bit rough. But, barring a couple more touch-ups, Roland, this is the general camo pattern. How do you feel about this? This kind of what you were picturing? I hope so, because it's what we're doing. I'm going to attempt to apply some undercarriage coloration, which is going to be different this time. I am not going to coal black. I am going to Vallejo blue-gray. That would be good headcanon, him being a leftover clone trooper. I would totally buy that. And see, this is why I can't be like, I hate Rogue One, because I don't. I like vast portions of Rogue One. I like a lot of the things I do see in Rogue One, and then there are a few things where I'm like, that was stupid. That was a bad choice. It's still better. See, this is a weird thing that the nuquels have done, the sequels. They have made me more forgiving of a lot of what was stupid in Star Wars before, because nothing is as stupid as what happened in The Last Jedi. Nothing's as stupid as what happened in Rise of Skywalker. Not even Jar Jar Binks. Jar Jar Binks is a redeemable character in light of Rey, in my opinion. Oh my. Darth Jar Jar. I'm totally on board with that theory. 100%. What you got for me, Roland? I don't even disagree with you, Roland. If you feed me The Force Awakens by itself, and I don't know what's coming after it, I'm excited. I liked The Force Awakens. I was one of its biggest proponents when it came out. I liked Kylo Ren, I liked Rey, I liked all... I even liked the death of Han Solo. I liked it. Darth Bombad. I liked her history before we found out what it was. But I'm listening, lay it on me. I was fine with her being literally nobody. That may have been one of the best things that Rian Johnson brought to the franchise, was going, look, not everybody has to be a fucking Skywalker, okay? It does, Samare. It absolutely does. Because Jar Jar is an engine of destruction in the Clone Wars. The clones literally sick him on Separatists multiple times because, for whatever reason, they know that he is going to screw them up royally and he will somehow come out fine at the other end. Yeah, she did. She needed an arc with Luke that wasn't just, hey, it took you years to get to this point? Well, I'm just good at stuff. So, you know, yay. I didn't even hate where Rian Johnson took Luke Skywalker. I was on board with kind of angry old man Luke. And Luke Skywalker is my favorite character in the series, in the entire saga, in all of Star Wars, across all of the literature, all the movies, and all the shows. I'm a Luke Skywalker guy. I am. Yeah, that was always my hope too, Roland, was that she would be the daughter of Satine and Obi-Wan, or granddaughter in that case. That would be about the right time frame. Every single time I get to the episode where Satine dies, I tear up. I tear up terribly. I cry like a little girl. I cry. You know what? I cry like a grown man. I cry like a grown man watching one of the coolest characters in sci-fi history at his most vulnerable being just gutted by the loss of a loved one. That's how I cry. It's painful. Oh yeah, that's right. Sometimes they're a Palpatine. Ugh. What are you talking about, Samara? Give me with the hand-eye coordination. Lay it on me. Oh, you mean Jar Jar? Yeah. At this point, I'm done with Star Wars, Trek, and dreading the new Battlestar Vandal, you know. I feel your pain, man. I go kind of back and forth between where I am and exactly what you're saying. I really do. Star Wars is a hard one for me. People who know me personally know that I go through phases where I'm like, fuck everything Star Wars, just fuck it all. But, again, the truth I've had to come to with myself on that subject is that I don't have strong feelings like that for things I don't like. If I truly didn't like Star Wars, if I truly didn't care about Star Wars, then it being bad at times would not irritate me. It would nothing me. It would mean nothing to me. But it does mean something to me. It's a part of who I am. It's a massive part of my young life, and I can't just turn my back on that. No matter how much I try. It's never worked. The Expanse is pretty excellent. Babylon 5, of course. It's hard to argue with Babylon 5. I mean, B5 had some weak-ass episodes and some weak-ass arcs, yeah, but it had a lot more really good ones. Yeah, exactly, Firestarter. That is absolutely what I mean. Like, if I really don't like something, I'm not even going to bother thinking about it. Like, it's going to go into my head, and it's going to roll around there for a few minutes, and then I'm going to move on to something that I like. Now, this is not to say that I don't enjoy a good hate watch sometimes for some properties. I do. I enjoy my angst at times. But again, they're usually properties that there's something in them that I want to like, but I just can't. And so my brain goes off on what went wrong. Westworld is a good example of that. I will rant and rave, mostly just rant, about Westworld. And it's not because I think Westworld is shit, it's because Westworld Season 1 was, like, really good, and I feel like everything after that kind of missed what made the first one good. And that, as a viewer, frustrates me, because I am... It sounds weird to say that I'm a fan of the original Westworld movie. I am. I've seen it a huge number of times since I was very, very young. The other one with Yul Brynner in it. But that's not why, because that movie was cheesy as shit, and you can really do anything you want to with it because it was not really trying to say much. It was just kind of fun. I'm irritated about Westworld Seasons 2 and 3 for the sake of Westworld Season 1, because it was great. It was really good. But I don't want to go off on the details of that one. My point just being that if I don't like something, I don't usually have many complaints about it. Or if there isn't something about it that I want to like, I'm just not going to think about it enough to complain. No, that's the truth. One thing B5 did not have was weak characters. Oh, you didn't like Kung Fury? See, I totally get that. Kung Fury was a fad, and I liked Kung Fury. I also liked. See, what got me about Kung Fury is that it became really popular, but people didn't seem to realize, dude, this is a whole genre. There are a bunch of filmmakers making these goofy-ass, retrospective, self-aware 80s parodies. There are a bunch of them. In fact, there are people who were frankly better at it than the guys who did Kung Fury. I thought that Manborg was better than Kung Fury, and it's very similar. But it was a flash in the pan. It was, oh my god, have you seen this? It's so crazy. It was like a YouTube viral video. It wasn't really a thing, you know? So it came and it went. And I don't blame you for not liking it. It's silly as shit. It's just intentionally silly as shit. It wasn't like it was an amazing film. It was just humorous. Though people who haven't seen or don't like Danger 5, those people are monsters and they should be shunned. Because Danger 5 is amazing. Danger 5 is one of the best things that's ever happened to humanity. It's up there with Jesus. Speaking of which, Danger 5 is getting a podcast pretty soon, which is kind of exciting. A way for them to continue their stories about killing Hitler. Yes, Datrin, I always think about that when I think about Sinclair, is what he went through as a person, and why he left the show, and how devastating that must have been to get a role like that and have to leave it so quickly. Hey, oh Coral, thank you so much for the gift sub, man. I hope you enjoy that, Tiny Robots in a Box. You can now use sub commands. Isn't that exciting?
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yeah, that's about right. Kursala, Danger 5 is a, was, because the show isn't on anymore. It is an Australian... How should I describe it? It's sort of a parody serial based on old, what was the director? They made fun of this French director in Inglourious Bastards. Brad Pitt was like pretending to be him, and they kept saying it was Antonio Margheriti. They kept saying the name. That actual director did a whole bunch of movies, and they were fucking terrible. And they were terrible in the exact style that Danger 5 is. Except Danger 5 is actually self-aware. But it's about a team of allied assassins / secret agents who are, on a week-by-week basis, tasked with secret special missions to do things like stop Hitler from stealing all of the world's monuments and turning them into a giant monument to himself, or get to the bottom of the fact that Joseph Mengele is breeding an underground army of raptor men on a secret island. And, as always, kill Hitler. And it's fucking funny. It's just... to describe it to you, to, like, tell you some of the jokes, would not be effective. Because on paper, they're just idiotic. You really just kind of have to watch it. Is this, like, the intro to fucking Sonic the Hedgehog that I'm listening to here? Let's fix that. Yeah, he held on for a long time hoping that he would come back, but it apparently just didn't happen. It's a really cool story. And yes, Dark Fox, it is all in the delivery. It is 100% in the delivery. Danger 5 has been hard to find lately. For a while it was on Netflix, now it's not. You can't get it on DVD. You can get it on DVD localized for Australia. I'm not saying go commit crimes or pirate anything. I'm just saying that possibly the only way you're going to see it is if you like to, you know, cruise the Gulf of Privateers, if you will. Other than that, it's almost impossible to find. Now, they did recently announce that Danger 5 is going to be continuing their stories with a series of podcasts, which is actually pretty exciting. And I was excited to hear that, and I intend to watch and listen. Ooh, Flight of Dragons. Oh, Flight of Dragons. Yeah, that's my childhood right there. Don't you call me a hoe, Vandal. So I'm gonna put down the base color for the cockpit, because we're getting about to that point. Not of finishing it, but of doing the deeper details. And what do I want to use for this? We're going with a gold and yellow, so I think I'm going to start with polished leather, which is brown, but it's a very yellow brown. I think I can build up the golds on it nicely. Oh man, A Boy and His Dog and Zardoz. Zardoz is a classic. Oh, Zardoz. The gun is good. It shoots bullets which destroy life. The penis is evil. It shoots bullets that create life. Who the fuck writes this? Oh my god. Freeing the world from the evil of the brutals. Project Dark Fox, have you not seen Zardoz? Because if you haven't, you really should. I like that picture somebody made of... Oh man, Repo Men. Wow. Y'all are into a lot of the same movies I am. I mean, I guess that shouldn't be terribly surprising. But generally people aren't. I'm used to being the odd man out. So everybody else is like, they want to talk about, you know, the latest super clever, super cool, envelope-pushing movie, and I'm like, yeah, but did you see Pacific Rim, you son of a bitch? So, Jack, what you're thinking of, and also welcome, is Repo! That's the next exclamation point at the end of that. Repo! The genetic opera, which I also love. But we're talking about Repo Men, the movie with Emilio Estevez. That was Emilio, right? It was one of them Estevez's. Jojo Rabbit, I still haven't seen it. I liked Sunshine. I enjoyed Sunshine. You know what was a good one that came out? It's a number of years ago now, I realize. God damn it, time is a bitch, isn't it? That Sam Rockwell movie, Moon, was a pretty fantastic sort of philosophical sci-fi. Also, almost anything by Alex Garland. You guys, I am a huge fan of Dread. I was a huge fan of Ex Machina, however you want to pronounce it. I enjoyed Annihilation. I haven't watched Devs yet. I know Alex Garland did Devs on Hulu, and I need to watch it. That Alex Garland can write. Holy shit. Yes, Annihilation. Machina. There are multiple correct pronunciations. Puck Duncher. I think there's a window up here. It's a little soft detailed, but I'm pretty sure there is one. I think that's all the window panels for the Cataphract. The Endless and Resolution. I might have to check that out. Alex Garland is an amazing writer, though. It wasn't him that directed Dredd, that was Pete Travis, but Alex Garland wrote the screenplay. And that got my attention in a big way. I haven't shown anybody the Dredd helmet on this stream since like one of my first streams when I put it on and acted like an idiot. But I do have one. What We Do in the Shadows? Yeah. You should watch Repo. Jack, it's a fucking fantastic movie. I really like Repo the Genetic Opera. Oh, you talking about the... For those of you who might be unaware, I do have this. Hang on. Let me get it so you can actually see it. It's tricky to show because I have terrible lighting. Can I show it here? Will this work? Or am I just gonna break everything?
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then pull it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I'm not gonna, because I'm showing off my Dredd helmet. I got really into Dredd when it came out. Like, super duper into it. Yeah, Taika Waititi is apparently doing a Star Wars movie, and that's exciting as hell. I gotta put this shit down. I did a whole Dredd cosplay, as a matter of fact. When it came out, I got to meet Carl Urban, dressed as Judge Lex. That was the that was the helmet that I put together for it. It's done up not as Dredd, but as Lex, and I've got Lex's badge too. I think it's still... You know what? Fuck it. I haven't put this thing on in a while. Ooh. There we go. There aren't even any spiders in here that I can, that I found yet. Anyway, they might start crawling into my eyes, I suppose. Welcome back to painting the legal way. I do have to take this off because you can't see shit in this thing, like at all. I can't see what anybody's saying. It's not the X. You might be surprised to find out that this X, you can't even see it. It's right in your blind spot. You can see pretty much fine. These block a little bit, depending on how you arrange it, and the fact that it's as tinted as it is. That, and I need to wear glasses. And now there are spiders laying their eggs in my ears. Damn, these meatballs turned out awesomely. Dread stream. Do a whole stream that won't be able to see anything. Yeah, it's cooked my brain a couple of times. I wore that shit in Texas. I did my Dredd cosplay in Texas, so I went to like Alamo City Comic Con in the middle of the summer in head-to-toe black leather with that fucking thing on my head. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. But yeah, admittedly, you would think that that X between your eyes, you would think that that would block your vision. It does not. It disappears completely. You can't even see it. I was shocked by that the first time I put it on. I want to get far enough to put down a purple wash before we go to the storm report. Because at that point, all that's going to be left is detailing. Donkey balls. It's just our power problems. They've been so ubiquitous, and mendacious and polyglottal, with a couple of donkey balls. As I understand it, that part was not in the book, and in fact it wasn't, because I read Leviathan Wakes. That was not in the book, and it was the best thing. It was just the best thing. Keep your balls to yourself. It's okay, Manro. We're still here. I'm just glad you're back, man. I'm just glad you're back, man. Ro. Because it's Manro Vasalis. Because the name. It's a funny joke. So these struts around the cockpit are going to get painted a different color than purple. But I'm going to do all the cockpit glass before I do that. I think that the yellow is going to look pretty badass with this camo and all the purple. And once the purple gets deepened, the camo is going to look good too. Pretty damn far. Oh, Coral. I've got the Trinity Tower printed, the foundations. I have 4, maybe 5 buildings left, and then I'm on to the streets. Alex Kamal is win. That dude is fucking awesome. Yeah, they have the scene is in the book, and they use ubiquitous. I don't think he drops mendacious or polyglottal, and he definitely doesn't drop a couple of donkey balls. The book had less humor in general. Not that the show, the first season, had a lot of humor, but the humor that it had was very much worth it. I gotta be honest with you, I like the show more than the books. I realize that's a weird thing to say about basically any property. You want another hot take? I'll make an argument for the changes in Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy in some cases being better than the original writing done by Tolkien. I know that just saying that made somebody want to punch me in my face. Just saying those words. Somebody in this chat right now is like, fuck this. Fuck, how fucking dare you? Thunder guy. Thunder man. See, there we go. Really? You've never heard me say that, Ethrir? We need to watch the trilogy again, man. Okay, no, I'm not... Okay, let me clarify. I'm not saying that as a story, the changes made to the Lord of the Rings movies, yeah, fuck you, Thunderman, were better than the books, The Lord of the Rings. What I'm saying is that for the sake of translating the story of The Lord of the Rings, those books, into a trilogy of films, the changes that many people complain about were absolutely necessary and intelligent. There are things that would not have worked, simply would not have worked, in the context of a film. Tom Bombadil, for instance. You tell me how we're going to film an extended sequence with Tom Bombadil and Goldberry and it's not going to suck, because I don't know. That would just completely ruin the momentum of the film. It would draw you into the development of characters that you neither know nor really care about for way too long, and then dump you back into them running from ring raids. Like, that would be so weird. It works in the book, but I think people also forget that in the book, things like the Council of Elrond was like a third of the book. It's like, boom, right in the middle there, the story just stops. So a bunch of elves can talk for chapter after chapter. I mean, one really long chapter, really. Thunderhead is I am the opinion. I am all the Sith. I am all the opinion. Ah, shit. I do have opinions, you guys. Not all of them are even supportable. In fact, most of them are not. Technically, Firestarter, it was volumes of one story. It was released in volumes as opposed to actually books, but, I mean, you know, they wind up being different books. That's just kind of how that goes. Yeah, the trip through Mordor was long and drawn out and included really unnecessary details. You know, there's room for all of these things. I am the opinion. I am the Senate. I am the law. Can I just say, for those of you who've seen Dredd, let me say before that, for those of you who have not seen Dredd, the movie with Carl Urban, go fucking watch it, like, right now. It's one of the best action movies to come out in the last 10 years. And I realize that we're coming up on almost 10 years of it being out. It came out in 2013. But legitimately, go fucking watch it. But what I want to say is that as far as writing and direction and delivery goes, Carl Urban's inclusion of I am the law as a line that made sense in the context of the scene was an achievement, because that line is hard to deliver. It's a weird line. No one ever really knows how to fit it in. Dredd himself just kind of shouts it periodically. But they found a scene where he was delivering a series of badass lines, and in the context of it, it made sense for him to say it. I mean, it was still crazy, but it made sense. Mama's not the law. I am the law. Mama's a common criminal. Oh yeah, I'm with you on that, Vandal. Yeah, some of the changes from the books to the show for The Expanse are not as defensible. I was actually not a fan. Well, I shouldn't say I'm not a fan. I am a fan in the general nomenclature and the common parlance of The Expanse Season 4. I am. I enjoyed it. It was not as good as the previous seasons. I haven't read the books that cover that time period, so I don't know how much of that is, well, that's what happened in the books, and how much of it is, well, that's what they decided to do with the show. All I know is that I did not enjoy watching it all that much. I feel like it went from being this really pretty complex political space thriller to being about running and jumping a whole lot, and I didn't like it.
Welcome
I
back
didn't, Jack. I'm a fucking liar.
Of Cole Gray.
I'm sorry.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I've told him over and over again, we don't thin, we go in thick. Jack, no, I am a son of a bitch and a liar, and I'll put some on after the... I feel like such a dick, because it's not like I don't enjoy NADPOD. NADPOD's funny as shit. I have enjoyed huge portions of it. I genuinely forget to put it on, which is lame of me. If I wasn't going to listen to it, I would probably have just said, no, Jack, I'm not going to listen to it, but I do intend to. I'll put some more on, and I'll get further in it so that we can bullshit about it, because it's funny as hell. I realize also I'm like behind everyone in the world at this point. Everybody's seen NADPOD except for me. Seen, listened to, you know what I mean. Where did my medium gray go? There it is. Yeah, and I see that, Samare, in that basically all of the threads that kept the story going through seasons 1 through 3 kind of wrapped up at the end of season 3. Like I was saying when it got canceled, like, you could stop the show here and be like, that's the end of the story, and it wouldn't be necessarily unsatisfying. It would actually be pretty much fine. And so they're like, alright, bad guys are in prison, we know what the stuff is, we know what we're doing, cool. You've got to get the show going again at that point. You have to start introducing new threats, but the pacing of Season 4 when compared to, like, Season 1 is garbage. Season 1 did the same thing, but it did it without boring me. And it's funny because Season 4 has more action. But action is not what I'm in The Expanse for. The action should be reserved for moments when it matters, and not made the entire focus. And then what they did with Bobby was just like, what the hell are we watching? And I try not to give shows shit for stuff like actor changes. Obviously, we were just talking about that with Babylon 5, you know. That wasn't even an actor change. That was a character change. The actor had to go, and they created a new character for Bruce Boxleitner, and they were like, alright, you fill in. So that's a different scenario. With The Expanse Season 4, they straight up changed actors for a character. And they changed actors to a guy that's like... I was confused about who he was until he straight up said, well, I'm your husband. I'm like, oh! That's him. I thought it was like her gay butler or something. I don't know. He's way too young. Like, they could have chosen someone more age-appropriate. Not saying that, you know, they always have to have age-appropriate choices. That can be a character commentary. But the original actor was more age-appropriate. The original Arjun? Like, this dude could have been their son. It confused me. Oh, the first campaign is coming to an end. I need to get caught up then. Specifically, NADPOD is not another D&D podcast. That's actually what it means. I mean, but the alien shit, does the alien shit have to be giant alien machines soaring through the air and people jumping off of them and having action adventures? Because that seems like a move in the wrong direction. The alien shit was much scarier when it was mostly out of the picture. When we didn't know what it was. Now that we know what it is, it's still, you know, stressful, I suppose. But it doesn't have the oomph that it did. And turning it into just a series of machines for the main characters to run around and have action adventures on is not really all that compelling. Now, it did have Burn Gorman, and I'm never going to complain about getting some Burn Gorman. I love that guy. And for that matter, I like this character. I feel like his character got kind of an unfair rap in the show, really. People treated him like shit when he was a bit of a sociopath. Okay, sure. In his particular scenario, it seemed to suit him well. Yeah, I mean, it is worrying, but just saying that would be worrying. Just being like, ooh, the alien machinery is active would be worrying without you devoting multiple episodes to, like, what was all that blindness bullshit? I get that it was tense, but it didn't really have much of a payoff. And I was very annoyed by Bobby's storyline. Hey! Cheeto Ching with the follow. I should bitch more often. Clearly that's what gets me follows. Cheeto Ching, I hope you're having fun. I know I am. There's just more payoff. We needed more payoff. Because I was not... Now, okay, this is another example of, as I say this, know that I wouldn't have thought enough about it to complain about it if I didn't love it. Like, The Expanse for me... I hadn't read the books when I saw the trailer on Sci-Fi. And I have watched every single episode of The Expanse as it came out. Like, when it was on weekly release, I was watching it every night that it was out. I watched the first episode of it on the night that it premiered. Like, I love this show. I love the characters. I love the actors. I love everything about it. Which is why, when it doesn't meet up to my very, very high standards for it, I spend a lot of time thinking about why that is. This is in no way to say that you shouldn't watch The Expanse. It's an amazing show, and even Season 4, in my opinion falling short of the quality of previous seasons, is still some of the best damn television out there. And should be watched by everyone. I just feel like maybe they got too much money from Amazon and they were like, watch us spend money! And they didn't think that much about what they were spending it on. Also, I don't know what kind of a role David Stratton's character had in the books. Let's just say I wasn't super stoked with how he wound up. Admittedly, they gave him one of the most badass, like, look at me, I'm a fucking space pirate scenes in anything ever. But I was not hugely a fan of what happened after that. Maybe that's what happens in the books, and I need to just shut up and deal with it. You know, maybe that's true. In fact, that's probably true. But I mean, I have to like it. Yeah, I'm under the impression that Drummer is sort of an amalgamation of multiple characters. Yeah, side story shorts would be fun. Everybody wants to know what Amos's backstory is. Amos is like the most compelling character in the show somehow. Part of the reason that I stopped reading the books was because of Miller. And what I realize is what Tom Jane is bringing to the character. Because Miller in the books and Miller in the show are not the same person. They have similar personality traits. Sure, they do a lot of the same things, obviously. But a lot of what I like about Miller as a character is really Tom Jane bringing to the table this sort of detective noir feel that is unique to him. I think the directors, the showrunners probably wanted that, which is why they hired him. And I say that because they gave him a gun in Season 1, the Mateba Auto Revolver, which you might just think is a cool-looking gun, but specifically, it was the gun that Tom Jane used in a movie he did called Give 'Em Hell Alone, which is a really cheesy noir detective action story with Tom Jane. And they give him the same gun, which makes me think that these people, the showrunners, were probably like, yeah, we want him to do that. We want you to bring that Give 'Em Hell Alone. Yeah, that is Tom Jane. Never fear, I am here. What's up, Greg? Thank you so much for the sub continuation. 3 months. God, we've been going that long. That's just madness. Good to see you, Greg. We're going over to the Storm Report here in a few minutes. I'm just finishing up some work on this cat. We've gotten good work done on the Cataphract today. It was time-consuming to get the Dazzle pattern, not Dazzle, sorry, the Shatter pattern done. But now that it's done, the rest of it's coming along a lot more quickly. I need to finish highlighting up all the undercarriage parts, and then I'll be ready to give it those a black wash and a purple wash over the rest of the armor. And Greg, I did what you said last time. Yeah, please do. 4 months. God, that's crazy, you guys. I did what you said last time, and I applied a purple wash to this leg, the first one that I did. And I think I can definitely see it in person. I don't know if you can see it as well on the camera, but if you look at like the camo on this side, as opposed to the camo on this side of the leg, this blends in a lot better. This looks a lot more natural. And I think that purple wash is what's really going to help us with that. That and a little bit of weathering is going to go a long way too. Yeah, it is. It's subtle, but it's definitely an improvement. I might want to push it a little bit further. I think between that and adding the detailing on all these gray parts where I'm just doing real light highlights right now, I think it's really going to pop. That, and once we get the cockpit done. But I would say we're at like, this is 75% right here. We got maybe 25% to go to finish up this Cataphract. Roland, I hope you're happy with where it's going, man, because I'm about to hit that. So I've got a threshold with every model that I paint. And some of you may be able to sympathize with this, where I hate my own work. As I'm working on it, I'm like, oh, this was a bad idea. Why did I choose these colors? Oh, none of this is gonna work. And it looks like shit, damn it, what am I doing? Maybe not always that harsh. But that's the feeling. And you get to a point, and it's usually for me at about 75%, where suddenly things start clicking. You know? You cross that threshold, and it's like, oh yeah, now I can see it. And it's not done yet, but now I can see it. And I feel like we've gotten there today with the Cataphract. It's not done, but I can see it. You know? It was not my intention to spend multiple episodes dealing with the Stormchaser mechs. And Roland, I hope you don't mind. This is probably the last stream I am going to devote to the Cataphract, because this guy's going to get done in between streams at this point. He's going to get done in my extracurricular time. I hadn't been planning on that, Roland, and I mean, if you'd like to, we could do that. My intent for the Stormchasers were to go together into a company that we could then use to actually play some games once I get my game room wired up with cameras. That is my thinking, at any rate. That's not a promise, but that is kind of what I'm leaning towards. But man, if you like it, that's what matters. And once I get the detailing done, I'll obviously post pictures. You'll get plenty of chances to see him. I just think this is the last stream we're going to do for him, because honestly, I don't want to spend 3 streams working on every single redeemed mech. And I don't want to... I mean, I've already set a precedent for working on mechs for at least 2 streams. And I'd like to give that, at least that much, to each and every one of my viewers who has saved up the points and who has been here long enough. And who has shown me that much support. The least I can give you guys is 2 streams working on your shit. And then some extracurricular time, and then plenty of pictures. But I'm really pleased with where we've landed with this. I think some of them might take less time, because hopefully not everyone is going to be like, do this complex camo pattern. But I've had fun doing this. Like, I don't feel like this was a waste of time. I actually am really excited about this. There are a few parts I still need to clean up, but I haven't really done a pattern like this before, and I'm happy with how it's come together. Yes, Coral. In fact, I was working on that earlier today, a little bit, on getting the base coat of that Annihilator done. I'm thinking we're going to see the Annihilator not Thursday, either Sunday or Tuesday, Coral. Either Sunday or Tuesday, we are going to be doing the Thunderskunk Annihilator Round 2, and we're going to get it right this time. Oh, we're going to get it right this time. I want a polka dot Kodiak. You know what's funny is polka dots would be fucking easier than this. Polka dots would take me less time than this. Chaotic harmony. Madness. Right, Datron? I thought that was a cool idea. Have I used GW Gemstone Tech Paints for Windows? It's a good effect. I haven't used any of their Gemstone technical paints. I remember when they came out, and I've seen them used to some good effect, but I have not done it myself. Yeah, polka dots would be so much easier. I could do polka dots in one fucking stream. Easy. Also, no polka dots. Jesus. What's wrong with you people? The Red Vine Insurgency. Damn them! No, they're not doing Red Vine themed anything. They are insurgents. Maybe that'll be the next group we paint, are the Red Vine Insurgents. That's a stupid idea. You know who fucking eats red vines? Clan Thunderskunk. The sons of bitches. Capellans. God, who needs them? Oh, ladies and gentlemechs, that is going to bring us, for the moment, to the end of the painting portion of the stream. Red Vine sponsored. If you can get Red Vine to sponsor me, I'll shut the fuck up and I'll eat that garbage. And I'll even pretend to like it. Lost your rights to the Baja Blasters. Oh, God. That really is one of the best names I've ever come up with. I can't believe I just gave that one away. Damn silly. Damn silly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to transition over to the Storm Report. As I say this, I realize I need a transition. Since we're doing this every single time, I need something I could have pop up and be all action-packed and exciting as we move over to the Storm Report that also gives me about 30 seconds to get my shit in order. But in the meantime, let's just go to this blank screen here. Oh, there it is. Look at how set up and prepared I am. That is to say, not at all. Not even a little bit. Okay. So let's have a look at what y'all have been doing. Not everything. I just, I say things and I realize they have terrible connotations. Let's just move past it. Let's go right on into what we're all here for, which is what we're all here for. For those of you who looked into the link for IGPX yesterday, I do apologize. Here's the corrected link for the actual entire series. Yeah, Samir contacted me about this yesterday. I need to check this out. I haven't yet. You sent me the link in PM, which I appreciate. Hey, a janky site doesn't bother me. We'll take a look at that, though, because I enjoy a good mecha anime, and I take recommendations. I've seen most mecha anime to some degree. I haven't necessarily enjoyed all of them, but I'll watch almost anything. Almost anything. What about the audio clip? Did you? You didn't post an audio clip. You fucking lied. There's nothing. You're talking about this one? If you posted an audio clip and it got deleted last time, which it might have been, you can go ahead and post it again. Keep in mind I posted before you said 3 max. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, let's have a look at Chaotic Harmony's exploits in Fuckland.
Because that's how it's been anyway.
He made a mistake.
He made a big mistake.
So many missiles.
Stop and turn around.
Oh shit!
Oh, I bet he's having fun.
What have I done?
No, we know he's not.
It's the opposite of having fun.
It's all their assaults.
Okay, Delta. Delta's trying to fight. Delta's trying to fight.
Oh god, they're so in the open. Look at
See, look at it this way. We're really
just some amazing spawns to have here.
We're just really contributing to PGI's data. We're part of the 5% of stomps that they've seen increase.
Is that the justification that you use, Chaotic Harmony? Is that you're helping? You're helping PGI. You're providing valuable data. Do you think they didn't know that fucking try-hard trolls could just stomp the shit out of single players? Well, if they didn't, they do now. Oh, last time you made a I didn't see it. It must have got deleted before the end of the... I'm sorry about that, Chaotic. Well, post it again, man. Roland, what have you done? I don't... I'm speechless. I'm not... I don't know. I want to believe that it's wax and that you could melt this monstrosity down. I fear that this is meant to be consumed. It's coconut pudding. Why couldn't... Like, I love coconut pudding, and yet this looks... I don't want to say bad things about the people or the things that people post in the Storm Report. But, this is unappetizing. Is that a clan mech? Yes, this is a clan mech. This is what happens when clanners are allowed to do whatever the hell they want. This is what 2 babies eat. And if they have their way, this is what you and your children will be eating. Resist the clanners for the inner sphere, ladies and gentlemen. There, I posted the thing. Oh, we'll get to it, Chaotic. Thank you so much for that. Here we go. Now we're talking, Roland. Now you're speaking my language. Look at this. Look at the armor. Increasing by the day. LRM carriers up there. What are these guys in the front? I don't recognize their profile. Looks like we got a couple of big ACs on them. Maybe PPCs? Enhanced imaging Jella. Oh, gosh. This is clan food. This is why they say clanners can't cook. As long as it was delicious. See, I believe it was delicious because coconut pudding sounds delicious. It just doesn't look appetizing. It's all Roland. Made some very interesting, very late 90s, early 2000s Nickelodeon choices in the color. Challenger X with Gauss LB-10X. Okay, yeah, they look like some pretty damn big guns. Let me pop Pretzel back on so I'm not just talking in silence here. There's that command vehicle coming together again. It's looking real nice. You've done the windows now. Okay. You've got really good at using that green contrast. Yeah, there they are again with those big old Gauss. And we have, this is that from Cyber Knight? Is that one of his? Or is it just a similar design? I can't quite tell because the launchers are shadowed. But he has a very similar one, if that's not one of his. I don't think it is, looking at it now. The profile's wrong. It's a cool-looking little vehicle, though. But it's delicious. Coconut custard. Yeah, I mean, again, it sounds delicious. It looks like something that would have been dropped on my head as I was participating in, like, Legend of the Hidden Temple or something like that. That is one of Cybern's. Okay, yeah, it's one of the... Oh, it's one of the pre-production models. Okay. He's been so fucking cool about getting a lot of the pre-pros out to fans. That's really nice. He has really such good designs. Such good designs. Guys, if you're not familiar with one of our viewers, Cyber Knight, and his company, Metalcore Collectibles, I should really remember that. You should really check it out. We've done some of his stuff here. We painted one of his Tyrant mechs, which was a damn good time. I've got a few of his vehicles that I need to go ahead and break out and paint also. He sent me a Tarmac King, a couple of VTOLs, really cool stuff. If you're looking for domestically made proxy equipment, models, they're models, they're not equipment, what am I saying? If you're looking for good proxy models for Battletech, for aerospace, armor, and mechs, he makes some really good stuff. Not to mention a lot of his stuff won't just need to be proxied, or won't need to be proxied once Operation Lancaster releases, because they actually have profiles, which I'm excited to see. I need to get my hands on a couple of the things from Operation Lancaster. I really do. Love to see the Albatross. Yeah, I've got some of the Albatross. I need to paint them up. I don't think he does infantry, Vandal Noir. I don't think he does infantry specifically. Infantry at that scale is just damn tricky, though. It's hard to get much detail on him. Cyber Knight sharing some alternative work. It looks like we have... what? These guys are from Necromunda? I believe they're from Necromunda. They're meant to be enforcers of some description. I'm not familiar with all the teams from Necromunda. It's a good-looking paint job coming together, though. I like the use of white, particularly on the top of the helmet, real stark. I like the orange repeated on the screen, on the weapon, on the chest, and there on the eyes. It's a really cool-looking color scheme. Oh, he's holding the flashlight all tactical style. Look at this guy. He's a fucking badass. He's like Fox Mulder with that shit. Look at him. Looking really nice, Cybran. I'm glad to see that Cybran's getting some time to paint Palatine Enforcers. Thank you. I'm glad that Cyber Knight is getting a chance to paint. He spends so much time doing design and printing and part processing, and that can eat up all of your creative time and leave you with no energy, and I'm glad that he is finally getting some time to sit down and paint some shit. Kursala, little one watching me make robots, decided to build a helicopter. Notable features include, it's a two-person toy, and it has two propellers. I gotcha. It is two-person. Look, I see them both right there. And look, there's a propeller here and a propeller. Their understanding of the basic principles of helicopter flight are not entirely wrong. This propeller should be oriented about 90 degrees, but other than that, I like it. We got a landing strut down here, right? We have an interesting sort of double-decker design. And up here, we have what I can only imagine is a hard point for either an extended operations fuel tank or a missile launch system. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, see tiny robots? That's what I'm saying. It needs a missile launcher. Right about here. I realize I'm waving my mouse around to indicate things. You can't see my mouse. So that does you no fucking good. Like at all. So I'm going to stop doing that. You see the hard point I'm talking about, though, right? It's above the cockpit and below the main propeller, which has a curiously truncated design. That's fucking awesome, though, Kursala. I love that you encourage artistic and creative tendencies in your young ones, and I love that because they, not to cast aspersions, they were not encouraged in me as a child, as a young child. Most of the things that I got into regarding robots and magic spells and arting were kind of regarded as yeah, okay, that's great, but tell me something I care about. And I wish that someone had encouraged me, because I feel like I could have been so much further along in my journey at this point in my life. And the fact that you are, I love that. I really love it. I appreciate you sharing their work with us. I loved the mechs that you painted based on the coloring book pictures. I thought that was fucking great. Everything needs more missiles. Well, hey, thank you, Samara. I appreciate that. About bloody time. Finally got the table cleared up. Rest of the living room still needs work, but there's plenty of room for a 4x4 ITS file. Finally. Finally, right? I know the struggle of just getting the space together, man. I really do. I'm glad that you've got a workspace and a play space now. We spend so much time working on these games, and we get to play them so little. It's a struggle. Good looking board. Finally finished printing MechWarrior 2's lineup and got a dropship. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah. That was rude of me. I apologize. It's been a long day. Oh yeah, I got a fire moth down here. I recognize him because of the bizarre fucking arms. You got your scale much better on some of these than I did. I printed out some, a couple of these that wound up off. Is this the Jeopard? The one from Hardware Studios? That's a fantastic model. And in scale, no less. Looking nice. Nav point markers done in the transparent. That's really cool. I like these a lot. I like a lot of the things you can do with transparent resin where you don't paint it afterwards. You know? Yeah, it needs a Tarantula and a Battlemaster. Come on! Mech Warrior 2, damn it! You missed the board. You missed the board. What's up, Haunted Miniatures? How you doing? You talking about the one from... I can go up and show you again. I'm not gonna make a habit out of revisiting things in the Storm Report, but if you'd like to see the board finally laid out, I assume this is the one you're talking about. Yeah, it's a good-looking table, and it's been a pleasure following the progress of getting the hobby area together at long last. Mech 2 scenarios win! Alright, what else we got here? King Crab for the Heralds of the Drake Karita Merclance. Ooh, wait, who is this? This is Vandal Noir. First of all, I've commented on this scheme before, the one that you have on this Crusader over here. I still love it. I still love it. It's so really fucking cool. So really fucking cool. Guys, I word the best. I have the best of the English words combined in ways that think, talk, sound good. You know? That's really what I'm bringing to the table. This is a cool paint scheme. It's bold, it's striking, and it's well done. Really nice work, Vandal. Carla Reynolds, just killing me with some popcorn. Just some simple popcorn, nothing special, but who really needs that? I mean, it looks like it's soaked in butter, which is speaking my language. Oh, and you've got more of that scheme for... Look at this. Look at this. Did you do the repos on this, Vandal? Because this is cool as shit. Good use of the shield. I'm glad to see somebody actually using the shield instead of it just being sort of hung at its side. English is hard. Speaking is harder. The color combo, though. The off-white, the cool gray, the orange. It's just such a cool damn combination. Oh, and we got an Enforcer. Oh, no, sorry. That's Dervish. Isn't it? That's a Dervish, right? What's on its hands? Why do I not recognize this variant? Am I crazy? Or not a Dervish, but yeah, a Dervish. What's going on with its hands? Shouldn't have SRM2s there? Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Maybe the SRM2s are just in shadow. Either way, the color scheme continues to work for you, my man. Oh, it says right there, yeah, Dervish. I guess I could read things. Giant mushroom for a UV reactive board. Hethrir pushing the fucking envelope. Look at this. For a UV reactive board. So you're going to set up some black lights. And you're going to shine it on the board. And what's going to happen is all the players are going to look at one another. And they're going to see how just covered in white splotches they are. And everyone is going to simultaneously think, God, I hope that's urine. I really hope that's urine. Because the alternatives are too dark to consider. It really is fucking cool. Yeah, they look like morels. The colors are, ooh, vibrant. I always talk about doing vibrant colors, and then you come along and you just blow me out of the water with a magenta that, ooh, it makes my eyes hurt a little bit. That's fucking fantastic, man. In UV, oh, look at that. Look at that. This nonsense. Oh, you're doing this on a commission for somebody, eh, Hethrir?
Of Cold Gray.
What?
Chapter 2.
What?
And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment.
This is what it looks like.
His brush.
This right here. These are my eyes, alight with disappointment. And here, you know what? I got one better for you. Eyes alight with disappointment as I clean my brush. That's just for you. Just for you, Chaotic. I hope you enjoyed that. Hethrir, this looks cool as shit. I'll be really interested to see the whole board if you can get him to take a picture of it when you're done with it, man. Clan Ghost Bear Vapor Eagle from Zeta. God, the Vapor Eagle is such a crazy looking mech. It looks like a Tau battlesuit or something. That white's coming together real well. Good layers. Yeah, good panel lining. I like the off-white mixed in. Now, Clan Ghost Bear has a pattern to it. Do they not? I know they have a few different paint schemes, but I'm pretty sure they have a patterning to them. Yeah, the Goshawk. Admittedly, I don't know my clan paint schemes very well. I love the orange, also. I think that you showed me one from this group before, and I also commented on the orange. And, Vandal, it looks really good, man. Kitsune, start of the Power Armor Batman. Yeah, from Dark Knight Returns, yeah? It looks like more in the style of Dark Knight Returns than the Batman vs. Superman version. Leopard, that's what I thought, leopard spots. Ooh, that should be fun. Always a good time. Well, that's looking pretty good, Kitsune. Batman is always a tricky paint job, because you have to work with a real muted, dark palette, but it looks like you're kind of leaning into the blue, which I think is something that you should do. I've had good luck using blue on things like Vader and Batman, who have similar color schemes. Let's kind of look to the comic books, you know? Which folder do we post pics in? Haunted Miniatures, you are looking for the Storm Report. Here we have from Tiny Robots in a Box. Oh shit, what are we working on? Is this a blackjack? Oh, okay, here we go. NWO style Talon. Okay, so we're taking we're taking pieces of some other mechs and combining them. This is a lot of what Tiny Robots in a Box has done. Oh, we got finished pics later? Well, we'll just move right on. You made my favorite Whitworth out of MWO pieces. Space Iguana, also known as Commissar Iguana. I love that blue-gold combination. 2 Atlases, a King Crab, and a properly sized dragon. Usually dragons wind up bigger than that. Oh, that's nice. This is a Helopolis? How many mechs are there with a giant gun on their shoulder? The only one I can think of is the Helopolis. Yeah? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah. And this was also from Commissar Iguana. Look at this. Look at this fucking thing. This is ridiculous. You're gonna paint it, which is even more ridiculous. Wolf and Spawn sharing some more pictures from the tarmac. What are we looking at here today, Wolf and Spawn? What are you doing? Got some nice fresh lines painted. I don't know who made that. I mean, ask Commissar Iguana. He would know. And in fact, Commissar Iguana, yeah, please feel free to post where you found that incredible model, because I know we have a few people who would love to print one. I don't know if Wolf is here. Wolf might have left. But still, I always appreciate pictures of what very interesting job that Wolf has down in Australia, I believe, right? Yeah. Works at an Australian airstrip and does some pretty interesting shit. Oh, God, I could have looked. Painting in a pedestrian crossing for a helicopter bay. So we got templates laid out here. And they're going to be painting along. Okay, I see now. Fucking, I'm good at this, you guys. I know what I'm doing. Oh, my God. Legitimately, you guys, this shit is delicious. You posted the recipe, right, Chaotic? Oh, hey, Wolf and Spawn, good to see you. I was asking questions, then I realized that you already answered them, and I am a fool. Yeah, we're looking at Chaotic Harmony's basted spicy balls. Sort of simmering in their own sauce, if you will. Okay, fine. We're gonna get a food porn channel, just so I can stop doing this every stream. Legitimately though, these shits are delicious. Like, in a cheap recipe too. Like, he has refined it into supreme poor people food, and poor people food is some of my favorite fucking food. An AC-20 to the face, also known as Play and Win, who I don't think is here right now. I think Play and Win is busy actually playing some Legion, which is crazy. People don't actually play games around here. We just talk about it. Test model for a Star Wars Legion Shadow Stormtrooper. Interesting. That's actually fairly effective. I'm not a big fan of the normal of the normal Shore Trooper paint scheme. I wasn't really a fan of the Shore Troopers. I don't understand what a Shore Trooper is. Like, I get what it is. In reality, it's Disney wanted to sell more toys, so they invented a new Stormtrooper. It's not even without precedent. Like, this has been how Stormtroopers have been made throughout time immemorial. We need to sell more action figures. Let's make up a new Stormtrooper. Shore Troopers. Are you telling me that in a world with flying insertion craft like LAATs, and I mean, in a world where most attacks are going to be coming from space, that the Empire not only fights amphibious landings, but they fight them regularly enough. They keep the scout troopers safe in the water. They fight them regularly enough that they needed to devote an entire type of armor. Why? Sure. God damn it, Hethrear. You're turning into nothing but a walking fucking dad joke. And it's ridiculous. I'm just saying it's extra silly. The concept of the Shore Trooper. Like, what the hell are these guys? You have a base along a coastal region. But see, even if you have a base along a coastal region in Star Wars, you're still going to use flying vehicles. They're Marines. Are they, though? Because the Marines don't have, like, you would have Marines who specialize in boarding ships. Now, I realize that what I'm saying is stupid. Before anybody is like, this is dumb and you shouldn't complain. Like, I know that what I'm saying is stupid. I'm fully aware of it. And I'm complaining about nothing at all. I could easily continue this into saying something like, I think Death Troopers are dumb because the existence of the Death Trooper would seem to imply that the regular Stormtrooper is not a Death Trooper. Or would not kill you, which seems counterproductive to the Empire to me. But okay, yeah, sure, whatever. And they talk funny. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. Let's move on looking at this Shadow Shore Troop. The point being, I actually like this paint scheme for the Shore Trooper better than the actual Shore Trooper paint scheme. Don't think about how war is fought in Star Wars. Just consume. It's the real answer, Puck Duncher. They have surf hoverboards. Oh shit, I'd watch that. Someone needs to watch over the Stormtrooperettes at the beach, mate. Yeah, I guess amphibious scout troopers, like, there's nothing wrong with having more Stormtrooper variant armor. I just think Shore Trooper in particular is an uninspired concept. There weren't even really that many of them. They were, like, mixed into regular Stormtrooper squads. I just don't get them. But then it's not for me to get, it's for them to sell. And sell they have. Napes! Tiny robots in a box. Ah, I see. I see. Look at this fool move. This is a Talon, yeah? Oh, yeah, I see it. So here we have the Talon concept art. And then we got this Talon just chugging along. Look at those legs. Oof, look at those calves. Stupid, sexy Talon. Good God. Almost feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. That does look damn good, man. And I agree, the Talon is pretty ugly. It's not a good looking mech. And yet this kit bash looks, particularly in the cockpit region, is much more tolerable than the concept art for the Talon. I think you really knocked it out of the park with this one, man. Really nicely done. Oh, it was a request. Well, you did a fucking good job. Yeah, Ghastly, I know what you mean, opposed with only 1 foot down. So what I do in that case, and I've done it with a couple of Locusts, is I'll usually just drill a pin from the strongest support point on that leg down into the base and paint it black, and it works pretty well. Though, yeah, you can also make a standing or more planted pose. So, oh, hey, Firestarter. Necrons in their final form with their full health bar. It's a good-looking skin. Like I said before, man.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
It's true. I don't know how that's relevant. I don't think Cat is here right now, but that is an accurate thing to say. The Mackie isn't a good-looking... okay, it's not a good-looking mech. The Mackie isn't, but I don't think the Mackie's supposed to be a good-looking mech. It's supposed to be kind of a brutal, cobbled-together piece of shit. Oh, she's back. Oh, God. That's why it happened. Hello, Cat. How are you? It's wonderful to have you back. Why didn't anyone tell me when she arrives? I was just about to talk shit about Cat, you guys. That could have gone terribly. Oh, my God. I mean, what's up? How you doing? I really like what you've done with the cabling here. That's a really good highlight job. That looks fucking fantastic. I like the green on the scarabs, too. Really nice work, Firestarter. Thank you for sharing. Ancient piece of art that Samare did. Inspiration is obvious. Legendary image of the vulture, yeah. Still, though, there's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with being inspired by excellent artwork, and I love the minimalist silhouette on this. It gets across all the detail you need. Found out many years later it actually got pirated and used for a t-shirt for convention. Isn't that just the way of things? Isn't it just... Vulture in the moonlight. She's gonna ban me. And then my mod banned me, and well, that was the stream. That's as far as we got. I mean, they say imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. Unfortunately, it's not the most lucrative form of flattery. So, it does make a great t-shirt. You gotta give it that. Fucking piracy. Ooh, shit! You have one of the pilot helmets from Titanfall 2? You absolute fucking madman. Look at that. Guys, I love everything Titanfall. I fucking love Titanfall. It's a great, great couple of games. Titanfall 2 single-player story is fucking amazing. Samir, you're gonna make me print this. Admittedly, one of the reasons I want to upgrade my my 3D printer from the Ender 3 to the Ender 5 Plus is the Ender 5 Plus build plate is better suited to making full-size helmets. And I love helmets. You might have noticed that. I've got actually a couple of them around. But I'd like to print single-piece helmet. Like, I can do it now. I can print it on the Ender 3 in multiple pieces and then combine them, but I'd like to make single-piece helmets. And that is one of the things driving my upgrade. And I'm probably going to wind up doing something like this. I can't imagine that I'm going to get anywhere near this quality, but, I mean, shit, I can try. Surprisingly, outward visibility is not too bad in this normally. The lights do reduce. Yeah, this is always the drawback of something with internal lighting like this, is it is... you can't see for the most part. We have to imagine that the lights in the fiction are somehow enhancing your vision as opposed to blinding you. Oh, God. That's fucking cool, though, Samir. Thank you very much for sharing that. Mad Cat Mark III, he wants your hug. Look at him. Look at him with his little arms out. Oh, God. What pro... I just realized I'm not sure what program you're using for these Kursala. Colonel Matthew Steiner. Oh, here we go. More in the same scheme. I like how you put some terrain in the background here. You take great pictures, Colonel Matthew Steiner. You really, every time you take great pictures. Subtle lensing on the cockpits, but effective. It still stands out. The unified color scheme is excellent. The checker marks really go together well. This is a fantastic lance and a quarter or so. I like the inclusion of the vehicles. Everything you've done here sells the scale really well. Fucking great work. Look at them. I like the little trucky trucks. Aren't they adorable? You know, you're missing a few, though. Vergaderung has a pretty fantastic taco truck that you should definitely add to this group. 3DS Max, really? Huh. Interesting. I refuse to use garbage tubey terminology. No. That's a lance and a quarter, and you can deal with it. A few quick snapshots of what came out of the storage crates today from Datron Voltari have been inspired. After 10 years, the Lexington Combat Group is back for repair and refit. 3 companies of mechs, 1 company of armor, 1 company of mechanized infantry, and Maxim hover tanks. Well, this is fucking exciting. 10 years. Got some classic sculpts in there. Look at this king crab back here. Look at him. He's adorable. We got the Victor in the, like, I'm punching myself in the thighs pose. Classic Centurion. These models have some history. You should definitely finish these, Datron. And I'm really looking forward to seeing them come together. I really am. Vergaderung, here's that dazzle. See, you make me feel like I just spent all this time making these stupid little panels, and you're like, oh, let me just real quick throw together a super complex pattern of white and black. Yeah, it'll be no problem. Yeah, my name's Vergaderung. Again, that's a spot-on impression. I don't know how many of you guys know what Vergaderung sounds like, but that's it. That's exactly. He even does little hand motions. It's weird, but, you know, hey, I'm not one to judge. God damn, you did a really good job on this, man. I like the patterning right here in particular. I like our little... We got the Whataburger symbol right here. It makes me want a burger. That looks fucking fantastic, man. Here we get another angle on it. Oh yeah, it's definitely Whataburger. Look at that. I like how the panels, the patterning will shift. That's really cool. I like how you've done it on the claws too, on the sunken panels rather than on the raised. Got most of the pattern done. It's looking fantastic. And then Downslide is doing rental property basics in PowerPoint. Downslide, this is an image of your soul dying. Like, as this picture was taken, part of who Downslide is died forever. And that makes me sad. Makes me want to do a Samoan or Maori tattoo print camp. Yeah, it makes me think of that too. Oh look, I am in the background. Look, there's stuff going on. Wait, is that me? Yeah, that is, because you can see Kat's little overlay bit that she did here. Aww. Wait. You mean the people here posting pictures? You mean you guys watch my stream? That's crazy. Making the PowerPoint for your wife's business. Well, Godspeed and God bless you, supportive, wonderful man. But at the same time, it killed me a little bit inside just looking at it. On mute, though. Then how the hell did you hear my question? Lies. Anyway. Banana muffins from Kursala. Oh, goddamn. I love banana bread. Banana muffins are just little chunks of banana bread that I don't have to feel... I mean, I'm able to eat more of them because I'm not cutting slices off a loaf and being really aware of how much of it... Oh, lip reading. Okay. I see how it is. Very carefully. Nanner muffins, a.k.a. Nuffins. I'm okay with that sentient pickle. I love a good portmanteau, and that's a good portmanteau. Polygon Masterworks, Scout Lance, almost constructed. Polygon Masterworks does some really fantastic work. I haven't printed any of their stuff myself, but I love looking at the models on Instagram, let me tell you. Those are really good looking prints. Looks like they're coming together nicely. Atlases, man. Atlases. Ooh, it's a Scout Lance. Fuck it, Atlas. Goddamn Steiner. They are some chunky boys. It's very true. Oh. Alright. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Did you record this last time and I just missed it? I feel like a stupid idiot.
It's time.
Oh, yes.
It's time.
He did.
It's time for the Storm Report.
Alright, Katic, please send this to me in a DM. Because I'm gonna wipe this channel after the stream, and I'm not gonna remember to pull this off. Because as soon as I sign off, I've got to get up. But please send this to me in a DM. I spent all of 20 seconds making it. Oh my god, that's 20. Do you have any idea how valuable 20 seconds of Chaotic Harmony's time is? That's worth, like, no money at all, as far as I know. I'd have to click it, though, Cat. You know what? There you go. Now you don't have to send it to me. Fine, thank you for reminding me that I'm capable of downloading things on my own PC. That's actually a really good point. Save it so you can play. Okay, you know what? That's going in the next stream, Chaotic. Saving my band. That was the fucking trick. You just didn't want to use up your internet points. You just didn't want to spend the fucking bits. Why I oughta. I think I like my Weather Girl idea. Oh shit, Cat as Weather Girl? I'll use it, Chaotic, but if Cat gives me something better, you will be usurped. And, I mean, I don't even feel like you can argue with that. I don't even feel like you will want to argue with that. White Wolf with the boom. Oh, we've been working on those Infinity models now that we've got the space to paint, huh? Look at that. They're coming together fast. You got a lot of work done in just a few days. Look at this chunky boy here with his big old missile launchers. I love that blue. That blue is wonderful. I like the red, too. It's a real orange red. Sparingly applied. Very, very nice. I like the basing. It's simple. It adds to the mini without drawing attention away from it, which I think is really the trick with basing. Manro... Oh, I thought... Okay, I was about to click on this. I thought Manro Fasal was about to fuck me over with a picture of, like, some stewed beef or something. That's... I glanced at it. That's what this looked like. But no, these are miniatures, so let's take a look.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
We've got some of the Thousand Suns coming together. I like that. I like that, Manro. The Thousand Suns are my favorite Chaos Legion. They are my favorite ones to paint. I don't have any of them around right now. They were the first Chaos Marines that... Nope, that's not true. The first Chaos Marines I painted were Iron Warriors, because I didn't know anything about 40k at the time, and a friend of mine gave me some Iron Warriors, and then he was like, "Obliterators are the best thing ever," and so I painted a bunch of Iron Warriors.
If this conversation gets more about how you feel about something,
I do need therapy.
I'm gonna have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
I need 40k therapy to get me over my apparent hang-ups regarding the Iron Warriors. And back onto the proper train, that being that of the Thousand Suns. Girl Geek with a little bit of progress, man. We're getting so close on this. So close. Look at this. We got Articuno. We got most of Snorlax. Yeah. Looks like Vaporeon is almost completed. Mewtwo and Mew are looking... They're looking about like they look. Mewtwo's pissed off and Mew's like... looking all wistful. I love the sprite art style. I really do. I am so excited to see this when you finish it, Girl Geek. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. Every time it excites me. Just because it got mentioned, the Streaker Recon Buggy, designed by Cyberknight, as depicted by Matt Plog. Oh, this dude with his art. Look at this. I love how chunky the wheels are. Like, the proportions are just right. I like the triangular launchers oriented on either side of that central spindle. Spindle's probably the wrong word. Altogether, just a fantastic looking vehicle. I really like when you share this art with us, man. It's so fucking cool. Iron Warriors aren't bad, Thousand Suns are better. That's true, Aeon Drummond. It's true. All I'm saying is that I was playing at a time when Obliterators were in metal and they looked like fucking shit. Turret, spindle, rotating, dealy, jonger, mabobble, you know, any of these phrases really kind of get across what I'm trying to say, particularly when I'm a little bit tired. This one was painted about 10 months ago. Ah, we got some more of the creativity. That's better than shit that I can paint now. You could make arguments for all of these outside the lines being creative choices, for fuck's sake. Man, keep on encouraging that. Really, just keep on keeping on. Greg the Salt Miner, waiting for Blender to catch up, but doing some Boolean cuts to put this sculpted top onto a 25mm base for the Chaos Dwarves I'm working on. That's looking real nice, Greg. Alright, I'm gonna sit down and fucking learn Blender. I know, you're using ZBrush. You're using Maya. Greg is using either ZBrush or Maya, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, that's a really nice texture work. I need to get into Blender. I've got to get into Blender. I don't know how many times I'm going to say this on the stream before I actually fucking do it, but I feel like saying it at least commits me to something. You know? Because almost everything I do is in Fusion 360. And Fusion is... okay. Blender for terrain and basing, and ZBrush for anything that needs ZBrush. Fusion 360 is a fantastic piece of software. It does a lot of things really, really powerfully, but I don't need to engineer engines. I need to make textures and soft surfaces, and it sucks at that. Haunted Miniatures. My. Sharing some work on Mephiston. Look, they even painted the nips. Look at those. Look at the armor nips. Guys, Blender is a pain in the ass, Verg, but it's so fucking powerful and so unbelievably free. Yeah, your jaw should drop. This looks fantastic. I mean, it's clearly not done. He's missing his head, and there are huge portions of it not painted. But this work that you've done on his voluminous skirt and his Dracula armor and his nipples. Look at this. Look at the little, just a little beep, little nipples. Really good work, though. This red is fantastic. What? Damn, man. I would like for you, Haunted Miniatures, if you're interested. Yeah, he does have the Batman nips. Post this picture in the Work in Progress channel, and really quick, drop the reds that you used for me. If you don't mind. I would love to know specifically what reds went into this, because I'm doing some red right now and it's not coming out as good as yours is. Damn. Damn, guys, I have to paint more cloth. I really need to. This is making me, like, super self-aware. These wings look phenomenal. This is some really, really good highlight work. And again, on the fabric, you've got a good eye for it, man. Look at that. It's just sweeping. Really top-notch work. I look forward to seeing the rest of that come together if you care to continue to share. The last thing I intend to put in here, I've already exceeded my limit. It's okay. It's okay. A customized Halopolis known as Higher Call. He's just got all his oomph mounted down in his arm. He looks like a badass, though. Look, he looks like he just landed, or like he got thrown backwards and he's stopping himself. Plog has a real eye for motion and chonk. He's got an eye for chonk. Let's just say it. That's what it is. Look at the chonk. I love the shape of the head, too. Guys, I have to become a better artist. I'm not... You guys... Gradually, this bit is just turning into, let's make Thunderhead self-conscious about how badly he sucks. Damn it. After 4 crashes, finally got to this result. Good enough to toss into the printer for a tester. I'd say so. Damn, Greg. That's nice. Really good work. I'm not sure which is more fun, learning Blender or painting white. Anyway, been working on a leg. There we go, Papa Bear. Someone else is feeling my paint. It looks good, for what it's worth. I think mechs have the advantage in that you can kind of build them as chunky mechanical pieces and then pose them as independent pieces. Yeah, okay, Aeon Drummond. You're right. It's my policy. I won't violate it. Good work, Papa Bear. Thanks for sharing. And finally, Vergaderung with some cool Iron Warriors. Cat gifting subs. Just tossing them out there. Look at that. Got another Stormchaser thanks to Cat. You know, followers are Stormchasers. I don't know. I don't have a phrase for the subscribers. Marks? No, that has bad connotations, doesn't it? Oh, did you use one of the Cornate helmets here? Is that what I'm saying? And to Haunted Miniatures Cat. You don't need to... What the hell? Okay. Thank you, Cat. These look really nice. This was the Korn Berserker helmet with the top chopped off. Iron Warriors are pretty cool. I like the mohawk that you've done here with the fucking skull. I like the classic plasma pistol on here, too. And sort of more short Horus Heresy type backpacks on them. I like that. Really nice work for Godarung. Thank you so much for sharing. That, ladies and gentlemen, Cat has gone mad with power. Cat has gone mad with subscriptions. My God. That, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of the Storm Report. And here we are, together again, at long last. How do we keep finding ourselves here, looking at one another across this little lens? I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on. Let's see who's painting what. Let's see who needs to be rated. I'm sure there's someone. The question is who? Is Steiner Miniatures going? Any chance? I haven't caught him the last few times. It looks nice, Tiny Robots. You might want to... You got a booger. It's right. It's just right about there. You want to... Oh, shit, I have a booger. Oh, no. I mean, no, of course I don't. I don't have boogers. I don't fart, either. That's just not who I am. Alright, let's have a look here. Who is on? Volundar the Red is painting. Dasania Props is on, and Dasania does some really cool work, but she's playing Deep Rock Galactic. She's not working on anything, which is unfortunate. I am actually a
50
robot.
Shades of Coal Gray.
That's just how it is.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead!
Let me see
you need
who's
to
doing
thin
what.
that paint first."
Let me see what these people are painting before I toss you over into their stream. Does that sound fair to you? It sounds fair to me.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Volundar the Red is
Chapter
doing
2.
3D design
and as I
on something
lay
I don't
on the
recognize.
cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head eyes alight with disappointment.
My eyes are alight with disappointment.
Brush.
Because I just went over to look at Sovereign, and Sovereign Miniature Studios, despite it saying he is doing art, he is playing Darkest Dungeon, and I would have been a little miffed if I had raided over there. Let's see. The Sania is playing Deep Rock Galactic, so I don't want to do that. Valendar the Red is one of the only people doing actual art. Let me see. We got Hyperphase Studios. Hyperphase Studios is painting a Terminator. Actually doing some painting. You guys want to see some Terminator painting? Yeah, I'm thinking Hyperphase Studios. Doing some really good work from the looks of it. Really nice highlights on black, using a very blue palette. I think that's who we're going to go check out. I'm going to do this from now on, by the way. When I'm doing a raid, I'm going to actually look into the channel, because I've raided you guys a few times into things that I didn't mean to. Samara, thank you so much for hanging out. It is always a pleasure. Everything that you share with us is fantastic. I hope to see you again on Thursday. Or, if failing that, on Sunday. Alright, here we go with the raid firing up. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be back Thursday, May 7th. The banner is right. The banner is right for once. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be painting. I'm leaning towards we're going to have some heavy gear to paint, so it's probably going to be mech specific. I don't think I'm going to hit Star Wars again until Sunday or Tuesday. Sunday or Tuesday, it's going to be either Battletech or Star Wars, and we'll just switch whatever order they're in. Revenge of the Fifth. I should have saved Star Wars for today, but I forgot that was a thing. So that was silly. That's probably going to be North. Which one is the one with the more rounded gears? It's probably going to be them. Anyway, so that's the plan. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you as always for joining me. Thank you to Cat Ion. Thank you to Project Dark Fox for backup modding this time. Thank you to absolutely everyone who has made this stream an unmitigated success, or at least a good time for me. God damn it, we're at 394 followers. I've got to do something for 400. Stop following me. Stop following me. Give me time to figure this out. When we hit 400 followers, I don't know what I'm going to do. We're going to do something. Maybe I'll slap myself in the face live. No, I'm not going to do that. If I did that, it would be impromptu. Maybe a file giveaway. I don't know. Give me some ideas. We're going to go over to Hyperphase. Keep on painting, guys. God damn it, Greg. Alright, here we go.